Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating.
Freedom, let's go! Come on! Yo! Let's go! So you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. Misdirection, no, I'm through with you. Your hoops are my obsessions, always jumping through. Dude, how we doing?
I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my
Reflection, pay attention, yeah. You never will. Yo! I will overanalyze and fall victim. My venom lowers. Time to get to know myself. I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will, 'cause you depend. So you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Yo, dude, is it Tuesday or is it Wednesday? It's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday. All right. Dude, I thought it was Wednesday. All right, we're going to do one quick round. I just want to be free. Yeah. Whoa. Come on. Tuesday free, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, dude, we had to get out somewhere, right? Oh shit, dude, we had to get out somewhere. I didn't want to finish the whole song. I know that was kind of a late start, but yeah, we're getting into it, dude. How we doing? How we doing on this fine Tuesday? It is Wednesday in Florida. Yes, indeed. You guys are a little bit ahead. Dude, what a weird day. We are 2 days away from Trump's fucking big bullshit whatever thing. Guys, I think today was another example of an extraordinary win, okay? Albeit a costly one, because, you know, like, we're having to die, right? People are having to die to accomplish this stuff. But today was a colossal win, guys. Let's start off. Whoa. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, dude. Hold on. Let me get my energy drink open. Yes. There we go. We're going to get my energy drink open. I'm going to move a little more to the center of the screen. I've been, like, making videos and hanging out all the way over in the corner. I'm going to try to get here in the middle with you guys. All right? I'm going to get in here with you guys, like, right in the middle. Okay? We're going to fucking hang out. I'm going to try something a little different here. I'm going to try, oh yeah, we're going to try that. Okay? There we go. I'm trying to get a little more camera centric. But, oh, yeah. So, let's jump right in. Because I think this is actually pretty huge. We're going to look at daylight savings time a little bit too, but let's look at this announcement right here. This happened, okay? This happened today, guys, and we don't know how long it's going to last, but breaking, ICE has been ordered to temporarily halt conducting vehicle stops in all states in the wake of 2 deadly shootings in Texas and Maine. And that's big. That is some power to the people shit. It really is. And it came right from Mark Wayne Mullen. Now, I'm going to go on a limb here, guys, and I have believed for the longest time, you ready? For the longest time, guys, I have believed that there simply should not be vehicle stops in any kind of policing. Okay? There never should. There is never a reason where a citizen, right? If there's a crime being committed and there's like a getaway car racing away from the bank, then yeah, you can stop that vehicle. But I don't think cops should ever be looking at people driving by and making some subjective judgment and then pulling them over with, right? No citizen in America, not even ICE, no citizen in America should ever have to like present themselves in front of an armed authoritarian who is like questioning them. Like that whole situation is just rife with the possibility of going south. Okay? Nothing's going to come good of that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you get pulled over or you get stopped by a person with a gun, you're nervous, you're scared, you're agitated, and then they're nervous, scared, and agitated and worried because your emotional condition makes them like maybe they're worried about needing their gun. The whole thing just doesn't need to happen. Okay? If you want to do speed, they have speeding fucking, radar machines that can send a ticket, right? You know what I'm saying? There are red light cameras that can ticket people for going through red lights. There is just never an instance where you should be getting pulled over or confronted by an armed individual unless you are breaking a criminal law. I mean, think about this, guys. What we have now in America is so fascist already, where if you do a simple vehicular infraction, okay, if you do a simple vehicular infraction like, rolling through a stop sign, you can end up being confronted by a man with a gun for rolling through a stop sign. That's ridiculous. See, drunk driving, that's a criminal offense. That is different. Okay, I'm talking about only being able to be pulled over if there is a criminal offense occurring, and no pulling over for civil offenses for, right? Like even if an officer sees you driving without tags, they can take a photo of the license plate, right? And literally send a ticket out for expired registration. There's no reason to pull the car over, right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, I have always thought our entire system is constantly putting citizens under, duress. Like, we are under duress where, if you, like I said, you roll through a stop sign or you have expired tags on your car, and next thing you know, you have somebody with a gun questioning you about it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, guys. Okay? Now, in particular with ICE, I don't think, ICE should never have been doing vehicle stops. ICE should not be checking papers. They should not be stopping vehicles, right? They should not be, going into restaurants and fucking asking to see the papers of the people that work there. They literally, you know what I'm saying? They literally have a fucking, they literally have a, they can show up at somebody's house to grab somebody and serve a warrant. I think that's the only thing. You know what I'm saying? So, 𝗲𝗄𝗡, I'm not going to, no, it's not complicated, okay? Because somebody rolling through a stop sign is I think you can tell the difference between somebody rolling through a stop sign or rolling through a stop sign because they're drunk. When people are drunk, they can't drive straight. All right? They're like, officers are trained to spot drunk drivers. You know what I mean? And again, I don't think it's complicated. I just think, you know what you could do? Here's what you could do is like, I just think some of those infractions are stupid. You know what I'm saying? Though they're like 90% of traffic tickets are fucking stupid. They're ridiculous. They're like no harm was going to happen among anyone. And it is literally just a cash game. That's why they have quotas and shit like that. But I have long been a proponent that police should not be profiling in any way. And profiling amounts to them using their judgment in a moment to decide if somebody's done something wrong or not. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. I'm just telling you right now, Aussie, nobody has ever gotten pulled over for drunk driving because they rolled through a stop sign. Okay? You know what I mean? It would be the behavior between the rolling through the stop sign. It would be the driving like this. 9 times out of 10, they don't have their lights on. That's number one. That's how I got my DUI. That's the number one thing how people get DUIs is they don't have their headlights on. You know? And I mean, suspicion of drunk driving, I mean, it could get fucking like swarthy there. But again, if you eliminated 90% of vehicle stops, there's not a lot of drunk drivers on the road. That is not a common thing. And, I mean, compared to like, minor traffic infractions, like our system, those traffic stops are about income. They're about revenue. And they have been, that's why they have quotas. You know what I'm saying? They don't have quotas of catching drunk drivers, but they do have quotas for rolling through stop signs for traffic tickets. And again, though, the thing about this is you simply don't like think about this, okay? We have people, okay? We have people, there are cops all over every city right now. And people speed, they go through stop signs, they blow red lights. I mean, you know what I mean? Like you could have 10,000 cops on the road and people aren't going to drive 25 and not like roll through stop signs and do shit like that. Like those are realities, right? Like policing does not deter crime. It doesn't. It really doesn't. If policing deterred crime, those over-policed areas of the inner cities would all be like crime-free. You know what I mean? They just don't. In fact, when you look at the data, policing increases crime. Because what happens is when you over-police an area, they start looking for crimes, right? They start pulling people over because, ooh, I thought you were like, you look suspicious and, oh, now you have marijuana on you. Oh, great. But they would have never known that person was carrying marijuana. And like, who fucking cares if that person is carrying marijuana? You know what I mean? Right? It's like cops, we live in a circular world where we invest tens of millions into policing. And then in order to justify those budgets, they write as many tickets and get as many arrests as possible. Okay? They have to like have a purpose for all that money. And the more they clean up, the more money they get, right? And like, but the thing about this is when you have human beings carrying guns and running around like making judgment calls about whether someone's doing something wrong or not, it's a very dangerous situation. And let me just give you a for example. Anytime somebody walks up to a person and they're holding a gun, the person who gets walked up upon is going to get nervous. Okay, that's a natural human reaction. If somebody walks close to you with a gun on their hip, you get nervous. Your nervous system starts going on high alert. And then the person with the gun starts thinking you're acting suspicious. And then you start this cycle that leads oftentimes to explosive behavior. So a simple traffic stop, a simple cops walking up and stopping a jaywalker can lead into this conflagration. When the reality is cops should never be stopping anyone unless a criminal offense is occurring in front of them. Okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? Which means if somebody rolls through a stop sign, that's not a criminal offense. If somebody drives through that stop sign going 70, that's a criminal offense. Okay? That's a danger to the people on the street, right? If somebody jaywalks, that is not a criminal offense. If a guy's got a television set in his hand and he goes running through the street and like pushing people over, that seems like it's more like a criminal offense. You see what I'm saying? It's like, dude, let's go. I got a $50 ticket for going 17 in a 15 zone at the airport, but just a verbal warning for just missing the yellow light in downtown Baltimore. Let's go. Oh shit, dude. Elf, let's go. That's amazing. Going 17 in a 15. Yeah, Cindy. No, Cindy brings up a good point here. Look at what Cindy said. It's like it would help their safety as well. Yeah, because they're in danger, guys. You know? Like the danger is the power of the gun. Okay? I know that we always say in America, they like to say, dude, oh, it's not the guns, but it is the guns. Okay? Because as soon as a gun comes into your vicinity, your nervous system goes on high alert. Everybody's does, unless you're like a SEAL Team 6 person. Like, for example, you ready, guys? Think about this. If I'm in a coffee shop and a guy walks in open carrying with a rifle, I am leaving that coffee shop instantaneously. I'm serious. If I go into a restaurant and a guy comes in with open carry, he's carrying a fucking weapon out in the open, I will be getting my food to go and will be leaving that restaurant because I don't ever want to be in a room with a gun. There's no need for it. Like, shit happens with that stuff. It's like I'm never going to get shot in a room where there are 0 guns, okay? If there are 0 guns in a room, there's a guarantee I will not get shot in that room. You know? It's like they're just the cause of the danger. You know, people can get unpredictable, right? You know, you can have somebody with a mental health issue see somebody with a gun and they decide to grab the gun, right? I mean, just there's no need. Like these weapons are, if you're not in war, there's no need for these things. If you're not like, you know, going to a place where an armed man is holding someone hostage, there's no need for the gun. And I think like we've never really addressed that. We've never really addressed the PTSD that citizens feel when a man with a gun on his hip walks up and starts asking them questions, starts interrogating them. Like the minute that guy comes up with a gun on his hip, your heart starts beating. You start getting nervous. Some people will sweat profusely. And then those signs will make the guy with the gun think you're up to something. And then the whole interaction can just spiral so easily. And there's just no need. There's literally just no need for that. Like police I don't even think they should be patrolling the streets. Like I've thought police driving around on the streets, I thought that itself is like a recipe for danger. That, you know, because they're looking for crime. You know what I'm saying? They're looking for it. That's why they're out there. They're looking for it, you know? the same way that they always were. Because remember, guys, how did the police start? The police started as slave patrols, and they were roving bands of people that roamed the countryside looking for slaves that were off the plantation. Okay, they were looking for them. They're looking for the criminals. They're hunting them down. And that's what our modern day police force is now. They're guys in metal horses, like roaming the streets, looking for people that are engaged in criminal behavior. And they're like using their momentary judgment to make these snap decisions that can literally end a person's life. You know, Chicago has a concealed carry permit, but it's really hard to get. Let's go, Alf. Let's go, baby. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm just, you know, and somebody did say they're protecting capital. And that's true too. They really are protecting capital. Okay, they're protecting not us, you know what I mean? But anyway, I know that's my long soliloquy about guns. And cops. I've had a long sort of sordid history with being like around the edge of policing and being around. I've had the luxury of being around police departments in small towns and being around police departments in LAPD and Portland PD and being around police departments in the suburbs of LA, like Glendale. Oh my God, Glendale's police were known to be like very trigger happy. Okay, like in Glendale, if you get pulled over, like do not ever reach into your pockets. Like literally reaching into your pockets could be the death of you in Glendale in the 80s. And dude, it was crazy, bro. And so it was like, I don't know, it was really weird living in that type of environment. It was like super toxic. And it actually made me grow up with a really ingrained hatred of police, you know, because I mean, there is a time when they're useful, right? If somebody walks into your thing and points a gun at you, like having the cops come in and they're trained around guns, being able to handle that, that's a great use for them. But having somebody walk up to you with a pistol and their hand on a gun when you've rolled through a stop sign, that's like PTSD inducing, you know? And I don't know, man. And ICE, you know, I see people talking about ICE in chat. There is a real problem with ICE is that they're not trained, guys. Like the ICE agents that are on the streets right now, they're not trained. They are not. They did not go to a police academy. There's no ICE academy. These guys are like dudes that are out there with virtually no training, a month of training. I mean, we know they're Proud Boys and they're Oath Keepers and all that shit, but they're out there with no training. I mean, they're not even following their own rules. Their own directives say never step in front of a vehicle, never approach a vehicle from the front, only from the side, and never shoot at a moving vehicle. That's their own directives. And they're literally running around like if somebody like cuts them off, they jump out and are pointing the gun at windows and threatening moms and making them get out of minivans in the middle of the fucking road. Yes, they are like terrorists. And they are very similar to, what Ro Khanna was talking about with the IDF. And we should look at that tonight, guys. The Ro Khanna thing, because I think it ties in. But this right here, this is epic. Okay? This, guys, this is us winning. They have shut down vehicle stops. And why did they shut down vehicle stops? Because of the uproar about people getting killed. And now MAGA, though, MAGA is not responding well to this. I don't know if you saw the reaction to this, but look at how MAGA is taking this. Look at what Nick Sortor said about this. You ready? Look at this, dude. This is crazy. Right here. Just in, DHS Mark Wayne Mullen personally gave the order for ICE to suspend all non-urgent vehicle stops. Susan Collins confirms. This is total capitulation to the left. ICE arrests will drop off a cliff just as leftist terrorists demanded. Illegals will now sprint to the driver's seat and run, knowing they can't be stopped. Look at him, and he says weak. He says weak, right?
And we're also keeping a close eye on what's happening in Biddeford, Maine. There are growing protests in the street after the second deadly shooting by ICE in a week. Now, a change from the top, ICE pausing most traffic stops as a method of apprehension for now, until agents get increased training on these kinds of stops. According to sources, we're going to dig into exactly what's going on around that today.
See, dude, it sucks that like somebody had to die for this, but I saw somebody in chat say, cry more, Nick, right? They're crying about like not being able to point guns at people. You know what I'm saying? They're like, the thing about this that's so wild when you look at these right wingers is they want the cruelty. They want the cruelty. She said most. Yeah, well, because new to this, if the person is like driving away and starts running into people, or they're like racing at high speeds through the neighborhood, I think if there's like an obvious criminal intent or something, they're going to do it. But I think it's going to mostly scale back the type of interactions they had with this guy. Okay. You know, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I will say this though. You ready? And hear me out on this. Let me get Elf here. I had a friend held at point blank in Southside Chicago. Was mistaken for a rival gang member, and he's just a black violinist. Jesus. Dude, that had to be scary. Dude, let me get the super chat goal going. Yeah, I would not like want to be held at gunpoint. Dude, can I just tell you guys, you ready for this? So I have never been held at gunpoint when it was not by a police officer. I have been held at gunpoint by a police officer on a number of occasions, and it is rattling. But my mom, when she got divorced from her first husband, this was in the late 60s, her husband like broke into her house after she was divorcing this guy with a shotgun, and he tied her up and like was pointing the shotgun at her head, like in front of all my half brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? And like, so I don't know. I feel like my mom never recovered from that. Like she was a nervous human being for the rest of her life. I mean, she didn't go to therapy or anything. And that's part of the reason why she got involved with my dad, because my dad was like a brawler and an ex-con. And so I think she got involved with my dad because my dad protected her from that man. And he, in fact, I think worked with him at Budweiser. They delivered Budweiser beer. They drove one of those trucks where you see the guys with the fucking, the hand trucks with so my dad protected her from that man. But unfortunately, it turned out that my dad was also an abuser. So she traded in one abuser for another abuser, which is pretty common. But, excuse me. But again, these guys, these ICE agents do not need to be pointing their guns at anybody ever. Tommy has had an interesting life. Let's go, LOL. I have, Elf. I've had a life. See, I was not around for that, though. That was before I was born. But those of you who live in small towns, it's weird, but I'm going to tell you right now, I believe people point guns at each other more often in small towns than they do in big cities. Okay, I know there's this shit about gang violence, and there is gang violence, which absolutely happens in certain neighborhoods where there's like drug trade going on and there's over policing. But small towns, it is really common for guys, neighbors to get in a fight and somebody, one of them to go grab their gun and fucking come out and be like, you want to fucking give me some lip? I mean, dude, it's like people have them in their cars. It is like really fucking common to see people getting mad and coming out with their guns. Maybe both neighbors come out with their guns. And it's like, oh, fuck, dude. Now they both have their guns. Like, yo, guys, chill out. I mean, yeah, no, around bars, absolutely. It is like really common, guys. Like real fucking common. You know, I mean, in LA, you can go for weeks without ever seeing a gun that is not on a cop. But you go to a small town, go to any bar on Friday night, and I bet by the end of the night, somebody will pull a gun out in the parking lot or something, and their friends will have to go out and be like, no, put it back in the truck. It's like, it's just a like, they're like attached to their idea of manhood and protection. It's bad, dude. It's fucked up. It is fucked up, dude. Small towns are fucked up, bro. You know, put a bullet in a dude's knee. Jesus. Yeah, it's crazy. Dude, although we didn't, my family never owned a gun. We never had a gun in the house, which was good. My dad he didn't believe in them, and probably a good idea. Because I don't think he would have been good with a gun. I think my dad with a gun would have ended up in prison. Somebody in the family would have ended up dead. So my dad was at least smart enough about that. He did one night, like, get really drunk and, like, go out in the snow with, like, no clothes on. He had, like, a pair of shorts on, and he went out in the snow with a hatchet and was like, I won't be taken alive. And like my mom called the cops and the cops had to pick him up. And dude, and then there was an article in the Elkhorn newspaper that said, I remember it quoted something about, you know, they listed my dad's name and said that he had left his home with a hatchet, vowing not to be taken alive. And then he was like taken into custody because they used to write about that shit in like the local paper. Oh, dude, fucking brutal. Yikes. Dude, shit is fucked up. Dude, my family was one for the ages. Dude. Oh, hard song. Yeah, you walked into it. Elf says, I've always lived a white picket fence neighborhood. This past winter, a bullet did come through my window after the hockey teams won the gold. Crazy, dude. Somebody was like shooting in the air. Yeah, the arrest logs. That's crazy. Musk might be fucked. Oh, is there something about Wisconsin? We should look at that. But anyway, guys, this was huge. Okay. And again, the right wingers were not handling this well. Let's see if 𝗲𝗄𝗽𝗃 commented about this. Okay. They may or may not have commented. I'm sure Eric Doherty commented. Right. Yeah, the libs of TikTok is mostly not concerned about ICE, but these right wingers were freaking out about ICE stopping vehicle. Oh, here we go. Oh, nice. Dude, let's go. Dude, Elon should be punished for that $1 million giveaway. All right. But so let's look at this though, because I want to show you one of the most eloquent. Okay. Right here we go, dude. Rep Ansari gives one of the most eloquent things about ICE that this is. I love this woman. Okay. Can we get a BAMF dance on the first try? Let's go. Dude, I would love to, Elf. Let's get it, guys. We need 27 in 22. Let's see if we can get the dance in one try. But guys, you may remember Ansari, Rep Ansari from, I can't remember what her first name is. She's from Arizona. Yassamin, okay? You may remember her from the Epstein files press conferences, okay? She was very vocal with Rep. Garcia talking about the Epstein files, and she's very, dude, I love her. I love her. She's like she's really feisty, but what I love about her is she's got a little bit of that AOC quality where she can make these sweeping statements about the reality of situations with a lot of power, but it's like really like it's not like heady. It's real like matter of fact. Okay. She just like tells it like it is. And she's not afraid to use very direct, masculine, aggressive terms. But watch what she says here, because I feel like she really says everything that Dems need to be focusing on with regards to ICE right now. Need some Paula in your life? All right, let's get a little Paula. Yeah, she is fast becoming one of my favorite representatives in Congress. Okay, you ready? Here we go.
So what do you make of this change at DHS today where immigration agents will no longer be doing vehicular stops, like stopping people in their cars after the killings in Houston and Maine?
Well, they just murdered 2 people in a week, so that's the bare minimum that they should do. I think that ICE has been this paramilitary force for Donald Trump and Stephen Miller now for well over a year and a half throughout the entirety of the second Trump presidency. They have fatally shot 11 people. They have locked up tens of thousands in horrific detention centers across this country because they want 2 private prison companies to make money. I think ICE should be abolished. I think that we need to prosecute the people who are carrying out these crimes. But it also shows that when Americans speak up and when Americans call their members of Congress, organize protests, that it does make a difference. And Americans, by and large, are outraged now by ICE. ICE is extremely unpopular. Donald Trump is underwater as it pertains to his policies on immigration enforcement. And so, yeah, the administration is realizing this. But let's not give them any sort of accolades for this. This is not something that ever should have happened to begin with. ICE should not be operating in this way. What they're doing is not law enforcement. It's not immigration enforcement. It's outright murder, and it needs to be stopped.
Dude, look at what she said there. Like, think about this. That is a minute and a half. And she led with the paramilitary. She mentioned Trump and Stephen Miller. Okay. Then she launches into how they're detaining tens of thousands of people to fund private prison companies. Right. And then, you know what I'm saying? And she very directly points out how they're not operating as law enforcement. They're not even operating as immigration enforcement. But then she doesn't even let them off the hook, where she says, don't give them props because they're doing this after they've been killing people. We need to abolish this. And so good. So forceful. She just says it all, right there. So beautiful. And she pointed out, too, Trump is underwater. Immigration is his signature issue. And he is tanking on immigration. Okay? He can talk about the closed border, but the actual immigration issue, he is completely tanking on. Because one, most normal people, okay, most normal people in America are dude, ICE is horrific and fuck this guy and fuck the immigration. And then all of his base is they're not being aggressive and military and bad enough, right? You know what I mean? So he's losing on both sides, because one side is holy shit, you're killing people. And the other side is you're not killing enough people. Dude, he's so fucked. Oh, I love that, dude. Oh my God. Dude, I love that. I love the mention though of the prisons. You know, I love the mentions of the prisons because that's the dark side of this that we don't talk about, where they're not even doing immigration to deport people, guys. They're not. They're not doing immigration to deport people. They're not doing immigration to like change, you know, whatever they say, how they're trying to like get rid of criminals. They're doing immigration harassment, okay? AKA harassing brown people to make money, okay? That's what they are doing. They are retrieving brown people and putting them into a moving system of private prisons in every different red state. And they're moving them like every week, just hitting a cash register at every stop. They take them to Louisiana. Louisiana charges the government for detention. They move them to Florida. Florida charges the government for detention. They move them to Ohio. Ohio charges the government. They move them back to Louisiana. Louisiana charges them again. The whole thing is just a money grab where the red states, who normally don't have like a lot of money, they're just taking money from the federal government. And specifically, a lot of that money is going to the prison companies that are, you know, friends of Trump and friends of their friends, essentially. I mean, dude, it's so toxic. Dude, Elf says, tried to look up the original charter for ICE and it's been deleted or changed. I can't find the original anywhere. Let's go, dude. We got others. DL. Let's go, boss. Thank you, boss. Dude, Elf said, I really like her. She's very matter of fact. She is fast becoming one of my favorite reps. All right, guys, 23 and 15, baby. Let's hit it up. One shot. We're going to be like Eminem this time. This is a huge victory. Now, again, I don't think we've won, okay? Because what they're going to do is they're going to slow shit down. They're going to stop the vehicle stops, and then they're going to try to reinstitute this stuff. Okay, they're going to continually try to reinstitute it, so we have to be vigilant. We have to stay fighting. But I would like to take a moment to honor the people that are actually doing this work, because I think we take it for granted, guys, okay? And I think, you know, there's a lot of people, especially if you're like a Democrat party, like, you know, you may be a straight Democrat party, sort of a moderate, and you may not realize that there are leftists, okay, like professional activists in every major city that have been fine-tuning networks to be able to follow and identify these ICE officers, to impede them, to help people avoid them. I mean, we have a network here in Portland, and then we have this thing called PERC, which are like the legal people that help people get in trouble. And every city, whether it's LA, Seattle, Chicago, every major city has these people that, you know, a lot of times they're getting attacked because they're, you know, Bernie bros, or they're, you know, they're really active about Palestine, or they're environmental activists. But those same people, guys, are fucking putting their lives on the line, like Alex Preddy and Renee Good did, to stop these guys. And they are doing this all over the country. And a lot of times you don't even know that they're doing it. And it really is, you know, I'm like really thankful that those people are doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? I am. I'm really thankful. All right. So I want to give them props. There's some here in Portland in particular, some that I know personally and some that I know only through like online, but their work is unceasing. Have we heard from Paula tonight? We have. We're going to hear from her again. Elf says, not a big fan of Eminem, but he's got some great tracks and very talented. He does indeed. I kind of doubled up there with the Ewan and Paula. Sorry about that. Let's go, guys. 21 and 13, baby. Let's go. 21 and 13. We got this. But so one of the things I wanted to say though is there have been some epicenters in Chicago near where 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was, certainly Delaney Hall over in New Jersey, and here in Portland at the ICE facility here with the frogs, and absolutely in LA where the original sort of like Trump trying to send in the National Guard and Gavin Newsom's people beating them in court. And so there have been, you know, a couple epicenters of people that have been sort of like, I don't know, energizing the nation. And I think, like, don't lose sight of that, okay? Don't lose sight of that, because I know we're having this little tussle in the Democratic Party with leftists and moderates and shit. But guys, the leftists are important. They really are. Like most of the activism that like does this shit comes from the far left. Okay? It really does. And we should be fucking thankful that they're out there putting themselves on the line to fight like the actual fights like in the streets and shit. You know, Carter's World, let's go. And we never hear that. You know what I'm saying? We don't talk about that enough. Like, even when I see people online, like I've been getting into it with 𝗫𝗓 Tandon, you know, and you know, she like doesn't even realize how the luxury the Democratic Party of having leftists. You know what I'm saying? 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏, let's go. When you're saying they might just be normal people, but that's just it, DJ. Far left people are just normal people, okay? The furthest left people I know are like their moms. You know what I'm saying? They're just politically active moms that are networked with other moms and other people that, you know, fight oppression. You know what I'm saying? They are just fucking, there's this idea that they're some crazy Antifa people, but they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of the most leftist people I know, she's like got a 12-year-old daughter. She's literally just a mom who doesn't want her daughter fucking living in a world where masked men run around and point guns at them, or where police try to shut down protests through lies and using weaponry on citizens just exercising their First Amendment rights. Because, like, we have a right to protest without police coming in and shooting us with fucking rubber bullets. You know what I'm saying? You know, we have a right, you know, to exercise our fucking rights. Let's go. All right, guys, 19, baby. Let's go. We're going to get it right now. 19 and 9. Shout out normies. Now, there certainly are people that are more militant. Okay. Dude, what's funny is I have a place in Chicago and Baltimore, and I'm pretty sure some Hispanic neighbors might be undocumented, but I'm not saying anything. Dude, my house, my basement is, you know, it does not get flooded in the winter because of an undocumented man who walked up to me asking me if I needed some work. And I said, what do you do? And he's like, I do some concrete. And I'm like, dude, I got a flooding basement. And he developed a plan, and he and I dug trenches all summer and did this work. And then he redid the concrete on the outside and inside. And then I did a dry well that ran all the roof water off the side of the house to the front and planted a willow out there to eat up the water. And like, dude, that undocumented guy, like, saved our house. Okay, he did. And he even inscribed something in Spanish in one of the walls in like a secret location. So like, man, and he was so good. He was so good. But like, he allowed me to do really good work with him at like a fraction of the price of what it would have cost if I had to hire a professional contractor. And that's just it though, guys. You ready? You ready for this? Hear me out on this when I say this. When you remove like immigrant workers, it makes it more expensive for working class people. Okay? Like, a lot of working class people get their fences built, their decks built, their housing additions done for like prices they can afford because they're working with people that are outside the bonded fucking, charge you an arm and a leg system. And so when you remove all of the immigrant laborers, the people that are on the lower income scale lose out, okay? They do. And what 𝗲𝗠𝗞 is saying too is yes, those guys that overcharge you for their shit are then hiring immigrants and hardly paying them. And they're right. Exactly. If you pay a contractor, like all you're paying him for is the legal, you're paying him for legal, you can sue him if it goes wrong, right? That's really what you're paying him for because he's hiring laborers usually for very cheap and pocketing all the money. And he's basically just taking legal liability, And so, I mean, dude, I firmly support immigrant labor and always have, dude. I posted the flyer AOC sent out on the doors of all my neighbors. Let's go. We'll check it out. You know what I mean? And so, but I think there was another person killed in St. Augustine today. Right? Isn't it? Yeah. Oh, look at this. Yeah, another person died, okay, today in Florida, right? He wasn't shot, but he was fleeing ICE and a truck hit him, okay? A 28-year-old man running from an encounter with federal immigration agents at a gas station was struck and killed by a tractor trailer. So again, they went into a gas station, started something with somebody, and the guy fled, and they chased him, and a truck hit him, and he's dead. And so another one, right? Dude, fucking crazy, bro. Just unbelievable, boss. Just unbelievable. All right, guys, 17-5. Let's go. Let's get it, guys. This is it. We're getting the dance party. We're one and doneing. All right, we're one and done in this shit. You ready? Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go. Do one and done in this. 17, we got this. We got this, we got this, we got this. Yeah, dude. Immigrants, we need them. We need them. We should make space for them. Like treating them like they're fucking, toxic or something is fucking bullshit. 𝗲𝗠𝗞, love, peace, and chicken grease. Let's go. Dude, I like that saying. Dude, I love chicken. I love chicken, dude. I'm a fried chicken obsessed. Have a bad feeling about this. Let's go, Elf. Nah, we got this, guys. Halfway there. 15-4, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. They do. They pay taxes, and what's more, guys, is they're stimulating the economy. Okay? They are stimulating the economy. We have somebody there is a woman we know that we buy tamales from, that I don't know that she is undocumented, but I suspect that maybe she is, because she doesn't really speak English. Right? She speaks a tiny bit of English, right? But, it's so crazy, guys. There, dude, Ian Precious, let's go. Let's go, guys. 3 minutes, 14-3. We got this. Dude, 13, my Toyota Camry was made in Tennessee. Let's go, Alf. 12 away. Dude, I have a Camry too. I have a Camry too, guys. Camry Hybrid Sport, right? 13 away, sorry. Now it's 12 away. 𝗲𝗠𝗞, let's go! 12 away, guys. Let's go, baby, let's go. 12, we got it. 12. Yeah, I mean, if you look at what's going on right now with the economy, okay, the one thing that's going on with the economy is this proliferation of AI. Jason's shrimp on the bobby. All right, we're going to hit the 2 minutes and then I'll talk about the economy. But I have some firm thoughts about the economy. And so, all right, guys, 11 away, baby. 11 in 2. We got to have a big 2, baby. Big 2, big 2. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. And we're going to talk about the economy. There's just a number of factors, and every single one of them is fucking Trump related. 2011 Toyota hybrid. Let's go. Well, dude, mine's the 2020. Russia paying $16 a gallon. No way, 𝗶𝗄𝗡. It's your birthday in 47 minutes, 43 years. Let's go, Stephanie. That's amazing. Dude, Jason's Australiana, shrimps on the bobby. Let's get some shrimp on the bobby, motherfuckers. Seven left, baby. 7 left. Oh, dude, if they got rid of all the fucking immigrants, dude, Texas would cease to exist. So would Florida. Dude, I've got the bobby down. Shrimp on the bobby. I'm getting it. I'm getting better. Dude, let's go 𝗶𝗡𝗡. Happy birthday to Stephanie. 1 minute, guys. 6 away, baby. Final 6. Dude, I'm cheering for England. Okay? Let me just tell you, I'm cheering for England in the World Cup. All right? That's who I want, dude. Let's go, punks. Let's go. I'm cheering for England, guys. Woody Guthrie, birthday, tear the fascists down. Let's go. I can't cheer for Argentina because 𝗣𝗢𝗟𝗏𝗡 is an asshole. And I don't like him. Dude, Wendy, let's go. Shrimp on the bobby. Dude, 3 away, guys. I think Spain would be my number 2. But I'm cheering for England. They're my pick. I wanted France, but France didn't make it in there. But you know, I'm definitely cheering for England. So I guess that's going to be over soon, dude. Aussie, let's go. Shrimp on the bobby. Messi finally get a win. All right, we got 1 left, 2 left. Dude, Dark Woke Nate, England. Paula needs it. Let's go. There it is, dude. We did it. Dude, we won and done it. We did 31 and 30. Let's go. My first car was in 92, then 95, 2006, and 2011. Let's go. Dance party for all the punks. Let's go, pretty Kate. Oh, shit. Dude, we won and done this shit. All right, I'm going to give you a rundown of all my cars. You ready? Here we go. Here's the Tommy Harrington cars. So my first car was a Volkswagen Scirocco, like a 1975. Okay, then I didn't have a car for a while. I had a Honda Elite 80 scooter. Then I had an NX 250, like dirt street Honda motorcycle. Then I eventually had a car again, and I had a Camaro, like a 73 Camaro. And I had that car for a long time. Then when I got rid of the Camaro, I got a GMC van for touring in the band. And then I had that GMC van until I moved up to Portland. And then my first car in Portland that I got that was not the van died on the highway. And then I bought a Ford Ranger, just a black pickup truck. Then I bought a Ford Ranger extra cab with a camper shell, and I toured in that car, and I had that. Then I bought a minivan, a Ford Freestar, and I had a minivan for like, 11 years, 12 years. I had that minivan. I toured the country in a minivan. And then when I got rid of that minivan, I got a Toyota Camry Hybrid Sport. And so I've had 4 new cars, right? The Ford Ranger, the Ford Ranger Extra Cab, the Ford minivan, and now the Camry Hybrid sports car, right? And you like those American cars? Yeah, I don't know that I liked them. You know, it's like it wasn't in particular, but I mean, if you're buying trucks, you know, I don't know. I don't know why I bought Fords. I think I knew somebody. Oh, I know why I bought Fords. Because I knew I had a connection at a Ford dealership because of a dude I worked with. So that's why. I didn't buy it because I liked Fords. I bought it because I had a dealership connection. But guys, I never had an issue with any of those Fords. Okay? Like my Ranger was just a lease. The first Ranger I leased. and then the extra cab I bought, but I never once, all those cars, okay, like all of my cars, the Ford Ranger, extra cab, and the Freestar minivan, I never once went out and put the key in the car and did not have that thing work right until like the 12th year of that minivan was the first time, the 13th year of the minivan was the first time I ever put a key in one of my new cars and tried to start it and it had an issue. I never once had an issue for, right? It was like fucking 18 years, 19 years of new cars. So have I ever totaled a car? No. I've never totaled a car. I've never really even gotten in a car accident. I mean, my Camry's gotten hit twice when I wasn't in it while it was parked. Okay, so that car's been like, my sports car has been hit, but I've never gotten in a significant car accident. I've like tapped somebody's behind and shit like that. The one thing that happened to me though is I did cause a major car wreck. I caused a major one that involved like a pregnant woman and multiple cars. And you know what it was? So I was driving to see my friend Zara, and I was in the Camaro. I was on the 405 going north from Santa Monica into the valley, and you come over this hill. And what happened was when I came over the hill, I had this engine light on. And so I got distracted for a minute, and I was thinking, like, why is my engine light on? What's going on with my car? Is my car, am I going to have an engine? And then I got distracted, and when I looked up, the car in front of me, like 20 feet in front of me, was at a dead stop. And I was about to slam into this car going about 50 miles an hour. So with instinct, I just whipped around the car at high speed without even thinking. But then when I whipped into the other lane, there were multiple cars in the other lane that swerved to avoid me. And 3 cars hit the median and like chaos ensued. And nothing happened to my car. You ready for this though? Let me tell you how this worked out. Because nothing happened to my car. Okay, I was fine, but I pulled over and all of those people were fine. Like nobody was seriously hurt. There was certainly probably some whiplash and sore body injuries, and all of their cars were like severely damaged. Like 1 or 2 of them was not drivable, but I had a non-owner's policy. Okay, because I used to get a non-owner's policy because it was cheap. So what happened was, my half brother, who coincidentally was one of the half brothers who SA'd me when I was a kid, I had a non-owner's policy on his policy, okay, right? And so his insurance had to pay for all of their cars. And he got like dropped and like had to, like, it was really hard for him to insure himself for like 10 years. But I mean, he deserved it, right? Like, fuck him, you know? But so yeah, that was like, they had this thing. I don't know if they still have it, but they had this thing in LA that we used to do where you'd get a non-owner's policy. So what would happen is I would get a policy, like with that half brother. I got a policy and then I registered my car at his address, okay? And I got a policy as though it was his car. I registered the car in his name, registered my insurance as a non-owner's policy on his car. And then, but it was my car. I drove the car, but my insurance was like $90 a month. But what happened then is if I got in an accident, his insurance would have to pick up the tab, right? You had an 86 Firebird Trans Am. You missed that car. Let's go. So, I mean, let's go. Thank you, Camaro Sherry. Oh, love it. Dude, I had a brother who had a Trans Am. Gonna post pics on Discord when I hit a deer in upstate New York going to a music festival. Don't hit a deer, dude. Dad told you to never buy an Audi because he hated his. Let's go. And I also have a 2016 Subaru STI, but I don't really drive it that much. Let's go, Elf. So I will say this, though, guys. Like, right now, I'm keeping my fucking current car, but I will say this. If I do make, like a lot of money ever in my life, I am going to buy a Corvette, okay? That will happen one day. That like if I make enough money to be able to buy like a decent car or whatever, I've always wanted a Corvette, and so I will buy a Corvette at some point, right? And I don't know if I'd buy a classic one. I'll probably buy a new one. I don't really like the vintage shit. I like the new shit. But we saw one the other day. We were walking in our neighborhood, and I saw one that was up on blocks. And I'm like talking to Jenny. I'm like, you know, I think at some point, if I do make some money, I'm going to buy a Corvette. You know, buy a brand new Corvette. Dude. And that, I'm sure, will be less speeding tickets. Right? Dude, I still get speeding tickets. All right. There we go, dude. All right. Thank you for riding that distraction. Dude, Corvettes, baby. Love them. Dude, I was obsessed as a kid. Can I tell you? I wanted a Corvette so bad. And then around the time I wanted a car, you know, in high school, I really wanted a Pontiac Fiero. That was the car that I wanted. I wanted a Pontiac Fiero or a Toyota MR2 or a Honda CRX. Those were the cars that I liked in high school. But I didn't get a car in high school. I didn't get a car until my senior year when I bought that Scirocco for $700, right? I drove my parents' green Mercury Bobcat with a personalized license plate that my dad had on there that was a reference to his penis. Like, dude, how fucked up is that, guys? He had a license plate on his car that said "My Elfie," which was supposedly short for "My Elephant," which was some reference to him believing he had a big penis. So I drove a green Mercury Bobcat in high school with a "My Elfie" license plate, and then every kid would be like, "What does "My Elfie" mean?" And I'm like, don't make me tell you, please. You don't want to know. Dude, my dad was so fucked up. Dude, wanker, yes, he was so fucked up. What a fucking, like, who does that? You know what I'm saying? Like, who does that? Who, like, gets a personalized license plate that is a reference to their fucking penis? You know what I mean? And then their kid has to drive that car. Like, seriously, what was wrong with that man? What was wrong with him? I mean, I know he was fucked up, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm addicted to Branhattan. All right, let's go. Let's go, baby. Dude, that shit is fucking, what a tosser, right? I mean, he's such a tosser, dude. My dad was a tosser. Dude. I'm telling you though, guys, you know what's crazy? You know why I don't fear Donald Trump? I'm telling you, the reason why I don't fear Donald Trump is because my dad basically was Donald Trump. That, I shit you not, okay? My dad was a rage issue, like had serious rage issues, was a woman abuser, was toxically masculine, was actually very weak, but he postured as tough. He levied threats all the time. He would withhold emotionally. He would fucking get even. You know what I mean? He was vindictive and manipulative and a liar. And it's like, dude, that's why I look at Donald Trump and I just don't fear him, because I feel like I've been kicking like Donald Trump's ass my whole life. You know? You know what I'm saying? I've been kicking like weak ass motherfuckers like him's ass my whole life, dude. You know, he is a wuss. He is a wuss, dude. Fuck that guy. All right. Hold on. I want to look at something here. because I have the lighting different. I have, and normally I have a red light on there, and I think I like the brighter light, dude. Yeah, I think I'm gonna rock with the brighter light for a little bit. Let's go. Trump is a PTSD fucking generator. Jesus. Dude, Elf is posting pictures of the fucking car. Dude, like hitting a deer is like no joke, dude. MAGA men, you're right. MAGA men are like, they're weak, okay? They're weak. It's so funny, guys. So I told you how I started a Facebook, okay? Are any of you on Facebook? Dude, Facebook is so toxic. It is like mostly like MAGA men and women that are older, and they're so rotten. And you would not believe, like I have some reels that are, you know, blowing up a little bit. They're getting like 20,000 views or what have you. But like these guys will like get into my replies and tell me shit like, you're weak. I'd fucking kick your ass. You're fucking total this, that, the other, fucking go fucking suck a dick or all this shit. But then you go to their fucking pictures, you click on their profiles, and they're like 60 with like ugly ass mustaches and big ass fucking beer guts sticking out. And they look like, dude, like you couldn't even fucking catch me, you swollen piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? And they're like so ugly and like weird looking, and they're telling me how like weak I am, or right? And I'm like, dude, what is up with these people? You know what I'm saying? They very poor conflict resolution. Like they're emotional. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, guys, we've talked about this before, but a lot of this goes back to them being spanked. Okay. And kids that grow up in MAGA, like religious small town households, and they get spanked as kids and they become emotionally dysregulated, and then they spank their own kids and that emotionally dysregulates them further. And there is a thing that happens to them where they no longer, they don't like process their emotions well. They get like overcome by them. And then they're really susceptible to like the Republican Party and those like rage-based political ideologies and shit. You know, that shit is like, it's really like, I think America we would do so well with not spanking. Okay. Like a lot of our violence in America is due to the prevalence of spanking and still emotionally dysregulating all these kids and our addiction to guns. Now, when you talk about spanking and violence, people always say, well, what about Japan? In Japan, they spank and they don't have a lot of violence. But yeah, Japan has a lot of repression, okay? In Japan, they spank and there's not a lot of violence, but there's a tremendous amount of repression. And there's a lot of abuse of women in Japan, okay? There's a lot of like the repression in Japanese culture is insane. And right? And they have a lot of issues, right? Yeah, no, they have a lot of sexual fucking issues too, which is where that shit comes out. But like, you know, that is why, you know, this part of why Europe is so amazing is because they've gotten rid of like hitting kids. It's illegal in Scotland, good. It's illegal in the Nordic countries too. Guys, there's awards. You see those statues? I have a couple awards back there I worked for this place in San Francisco. Okay. I didn't work for them, but I worked with them. I was like contracted with them. but it's the U.S. Alliance to End the Hitting of Children. And there is an organization that is long running, and there was a 50-year study in Texas and, about spanking, and they're still working on making hitting kids illegal in America, and I hope one day it comes through. I really do. I think it would seriously improve the quality of life if we stop hitting our kids. It's really hard because even if you're not savagely hitting them, any physical aggression used against a child 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, it emotionally dysregulates their brain. It does. And they'll spend a lifetime unraveling that if they ever even get aware of it. And then depending on the generational trauma, if you have some generational trauma back in your family line of like abuse or violence, like you're then also taking that generational trauma and you're injecting it into your kids through your use of physical discipline. In addition to emotionally dysregulating them, you're passing down generational, like genetic wounds. And so it's like, it's really, really toxic. Dude, Korean and Japanese cultures have a lot of self-removal tendencies. Yikes. Oh, thank you, boss. And so it is, and though, what is crazy is the people hitting are injured by it too. They suffer a shame cycle and a type of PTSD. And when you really look at the data, every parent says, I hit my kids to discipline them. But what really happens is they hit their kids when they feel like they've lost control and they feel like they have no other option. So they're not actually hitting their kids to discipline them. They're hitting their kids when they have reached a line of emotional, like, I can't regulate my own emotions anymore. And so now I'm going to take it to a violent act that will diffuse this rage and shit in me, and it will inject it in the kid, and it will become this explosive thing that will stop the emotional cycle. But then it creates shame and all sorts of internalized PTSD and stress trauma and fucking, kids then linking violence with love and all kinds of stuff. It is super, super toxic. And it's just so bad. It's so bad. And that we don't address it. I mean, if we really wanted to end violence in America, we would fucking, healthcare, including a culture of mental health care. We would fucking pass sensible gun laws and we would stop hitting our kids. There you go. Right? That's a big one though. You gotta stop hitting your kids if you want to curb violence in your country. And if you don't stop hitting your kids, you're never going to curb violence, because hitting your kids is going to either two things happen. Either you become violent, okay, and out in the world, or you hit your own kids and pass that violence down, or you become desensitized to violence and you become accepting that violence is a part of life. So when you see it on TV or it happens in your environment, you just sort of assume, well, you can't have a society without violence, right? That's why, like they say, we're numb to violence because of movies. No, we're numb to violence because we hit kids and we grow up in a world where we're subjected to violence and we think that, oh, that's discipline, that's love. That's how, like, they straighten me out with the violence. So then we become okay with violence. It's the hitting. It is the hitting kids that fucking creates this. Dude, 100%, guys. Right? It's fucking crazy. All right. Thank you, though, for hearing my spiel. This is a passion issue for me, guys. Okay? This is a passion issue for me. All right? And I'm going to do this. I always do this. I got to share you, like, the thing I made for the U.S. Alliance Let me fucking share it with you. Okay. I always do this when I fucking, right, when we have this discussion. I'm going to share with you my little thing. You ready? Dude, Alf, let's go. I'm going to share with you the video that won me those statues. Okay? It is... It is this one. Ready? Here it is. Discipline at work. That's what it's called. You ready? Let's fucking, we'll watch this together. All right. I did a lot of, again, I did a lot of work on this stuff. This is from my film site. Okay. But yeah, here's the piece that I made that was used for, it was the Hastings bill. There was a guy who was kind of toxic, actually, a representative from Florida named Alcee Hastings. He was not a great guy, but he was working on a bill to end hitting in schools, okay? Because they were starting with the inroad, like medical marijuana, you end hitting in schools, and then they're working toward ending hitting in general. But I made this piece. This was like, I don't know, 2015. Something like that, but it's a good one. You ready? We're going to go on a journey here for a minute, and then we're going to get back to the politics. But this one is it's a little jarring, and my son is in it too. All right, you ready? Here we go. Here we go. Here it is.
He didn't pick up.
I know.
He hasn't turned it in.
Come here.
For some kids, this is the office they go to every day.
Don't you ever do this again!
I hope you know how valuable you are to us. This is for your own good.
There you go. Oh, shit, bro. There it is. Oh. Let's go. Booyah. Oh. That shit fucking gets it energized. Right? Dude, you got hit in school. Dude, yeah, getting hit in school is tough, right? Yeah, that was a like passion project. We were trying to make a documentary too. We were trying to make a documentary about spanking, like something that would follow families that were, use spanking as a discipline outlet, but it was like we just couldn't get the funding. It's really hard. It's really hard because parents don't want to here, I'll show you. So Bryce was there. Let me show you. Bryce was right there. That was him. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. In all seriousness, why do adults get more petty than kindergartners? I don't know. Dude, you guys got spanked? See, I never got hit in school. Oh my God, never got hit in school. That's insane. I think if hitting had been in school, like, you know, my dad would not have tolerated that. All right. Yeah, he had long hair for most of his life. Now he has shorter hair, but he always liked long hair. But dude, yeah, we got to end the hitting in America though, guys. That has to be one of our long-term goals, is to end the hitting of children. But it's really weird because like American culture doesn't want to let go of that. They don't want to let go of it. And especially like religious people, they don't want to let go of it. But nothing good comes from it. Nothing good comes from it. There's really, if you guys want resources, right? There is the university. I'm going to put a link in here. They did a 50-year study on spanking, okay? And it is, here's a little thing, just a little article. But if you guys ever want to go down a rabbit hole, okay? It is like they did 50 years of following people. And what they found is that even small amounts of spanking were like harmful, but the more kids were spanked, the more antisocial behavior they experienced, and the more likely they became to defy their parents. So what happens is parents spank the kids, and then they start thinking, oh, this kid just keeps misbehaving, like I have to spank them. But their spanking is causing the defiance, and they're creating a circle that is just terrorizing their fucking kid, man. It's so crazy. And again, you ready for this? Not every kid who is spanked ends up in juvie or ends up in prison, okay? Not every spanked kid ends up there, but if you go into juvie and you go into prisons, everyone in those places has been spanked, okay? So that's what it is every kid who gets spanked doesn't turn into a criminal, but every fucking person almost across the board that becomes a criminal in prison has been spanked. It's like astonishing how they all have suffered physical violence. That's what happens. When you suffer physical violence, you have a high probability of ending up in prison, right? And if you don't, you're going to end up spanking your kids, and then your kids have a high probability of ending up in prison, or they spank their kids, and it just goes on down the line. But then there's other antisocial behavior that happens, like power abuses in the home, domestic violence, becoming a boss who is authoritarian or fucking abusive in the workplace, or, you know, short tempers, or there's self-harming techniques or like self-harming things that happen. I mean, it just is a whole myriad of issues, you know. Dude, Clown Prince says, my stepmother had a paddle hanging on the wall or my dad's belt, depending on how angry they were. They raised us like how they were raised in the 80s. When we heard the line, sink it, you better grab the kitchen sink. Yikes. You know what we had, guys? Dude, it was so brutal, but we had a leather belt. It was a brown leather belt that was really thin, but like thick. And it like had the ends were frayed. So it went almost to a point, and it was folded in half. So it was like a double thickness leather strap, and it sat in the bottom drawer in the kitchen. And so what would happen is when the escalation would happen, you would hear that drawer open. And it was like really weird what would happen, where just the sound of that drawer opening, and you could always tell it was the drawer because of the way it was opened, because it was opened with like this force, with like this aggression, not like it had a unique sound. I am telling you, you could be anywhere in the house, and when somebody was about to get spanked, you could hear the drawer, and you just didn't know who was going to get it. But it was like the sound of the drawer and then the tension, like the house would get still, like right before a tornado. And there would just be this moment before it would explode into violence. And man, it was like, dude, we had 7 kids, and that drawer like opened like a lot of the time. And it was fuck, bro. It was just fucked up. And what I discovered, you ready for this? I got hit the least because I was the youngest and I was the only child of my dad. But guys, just hearing it, just being in the house while a kid was being spanked is PTSD inducing. Okay, that's why when you watch a video of a fight on Twitter, you get PTSD from watching it. Like witnessing violence, being in the vicinity of violence, especially if it's IRL, if you're in the space while it's going on. PTSD, man. You know what I'm saying? PTSD just from witnessing it, from hearing it, from like, you know, it's like it's crazy. Crazy, boss. You never got spanked? And you ready? When you look into the data, 2 things happen, guys. Okay? If somebody gets spanked as a kid, they either accept that this was abusive, this is wrong, this is not right, and they go and they don't spank their own kids, and they seek like healing from the spanking, and they work to break the generational bonds, or they internalize the spanking and they say that like they deserved it, or they only got it when they needed it, or it was actually good for me, and they take it on, and then they are likely to spank their kids, right? If they have kids. Many of those people won't even have kids, but if they do, they're likely to then engage in it. But you know what never happens? You know what never, ever, ever, ever happens? You never have a kid who was raised not being spanked who grows up into an adult and says, I think I'm going to start spanking my kids. That never happens. Only people who are spanked and believed it was good for them, that they deserved it, that they only got it when they really did something bad, they're the ones who spank their own kids. But a kid who grows up in a household where there was never any corporal punishment does not grow into an adult that decides, I think I'm going to introduce violence on my kids. They just don't have any data for that. That's what's astonishing. Like, you know, they just don't, because it's a learned behavior. Okay? Violence is a learned behavior. You know? It's a learned behavior. When you're a kid and you get hit, you think that's just the way it is for all kids, that it's okay. Like, of course, this is how it's done. You learn to accept it, right? When you grow up in a household where there's not violence, you don't desire to be violent. You're on workers' comp from PTSD still after a year. Oh, 𝗏𝗽𝗏𝗽, let's go. Hang in there. I keep doing it. Let's go. Let's go, baby. All right, you ready? We got more politics. Thank you, though. Thank you for writing that with me, guys. I appreciate that. That is a passion subject for me. Dude, yeah, PTSD is a beast. You know what I'm saying? Your sister was spanked. She doesn't believe in spanking. Yes, that's real common, right? Don't know if you know how therapeutic it is. Oh, dude, worthy. I'm glad it is therapeutic, right? It is fucking... You know, it is good shit, right? You're not violent. That's good, Ron. You're lucky, boss. Good for you. And that's good that you're not violent. But again, like, not everybody who gets spanked ends up violent, although they do, like, there will be some type of antisocial behavior you will grapple with whether you even realize you're grappling with it or not. But the problem is the people that do perpetrate violence all experience violence as kids, right? So it is like, you know, the likelihood, like a kid who experiences violence in the home as a kid has a probability of turning out violent as an adult. And kids who don't experience violence in the home have a very tiny probability. Like at that point, you're like a kid who has no violence in the home is only going to end up being violent if they have some internal predilection of sociopathy or right, they could have some mental health issue that will lead them to violence. But my point is, violence in the home conditions non-violent children to potentially be violent. And what's more, it creates us all into a society where we just accept violence. You know what I mean? Like, for example, guys, you ready? If we didn't have a culture of corporal punishment, we would have been a less warring nation. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like the people that believed in a culture of corporal punishment are the ones who moved here and stole the land through violence from native people and enslaved people. And then they used corporal punishment on the enslaved. And then the enslaved had kids and they used corporal punishment on their kids. And then slavery was ended, but like all of the society was continuing to use corporal punishment. The colonizers were using corporal punishment on their own children. And the enslaved that got liberated were using corporal punishment on their children. And it was just a culture of violence that led on down the road through segregation and warring and American imperialism and policing and police violence. And now we have ICE killing people. That all goes back to corporal punishment in the home. And like many of us tolerating it. And in fact, if you go to Nick Sortor, okay, you ready? If you go to Nick Sortor, he's like, oh my God, ICE isn't going to be violent anymore. I'm so sad, right? And why do we have people who are, you know, mad? They're saying weak because ICE isn't going to be violent anymore because our whole society feeds on violence and corporal punishment because we've accepted it in the home. We've accepted violence as a means of discipline. Isn't that crazy? When you think about the connection, the colonizers, the enslaved, all the way right up through all of our ills, right into, you know, the abusive corporal punishment of policing and ICE. It's like the family DNA, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, and yeah, nerdy black woman, you're not wrong. There is the emotional abuse is its whole other like thing too. And, you know, controlling of women and shit. I mean, there are many layers to this, but the physical violence is like, you know, we can make that illegal. We can make physical violence illegal in the home. I mean, it's like, think about it. Think about how your job would be if you went to work tomorrow and when you fucked up at work, your boss took you in a room and used a strap on your ass, right? You would sue your fucking boss. You would walk out of that room and look at your fellow coworkers. You would be ashamed and humiliated and like, what the fuck just went on, right? We would never tolerate that. Why do we tolerate it at home? Like, yo, that's so fucked up, bro. You know what I mean? Think about how messed up that is. Oh. Right? Yeah, let's go. And I'm telling you guys, even if we look at America with the violence in the Middle East and what's going on with Israel's oppression of Palestine and all that, the reason why you wonder why is it coming to a head now? I mean, part of it is social media because kids are seeing this, but part of it is we've had several generations of kids now that have been raised without corporal punishment. So they're speaking up and fighting back about George Floyd and Rodney King and shit like that, right? It's like that's why the activism is becoming more like in the 50s, nobody spoke up against the cops. Everybody was just like, oh, and then they kind of started rebelling in the 60s under the guise of the civil rights movement. But now they're like fighting ICE and fucking wanting to defund the Israeli war machine. And it's because people are growing up without being subjected to violence when they're kids. Like more people are growing up that way. So people are becoming less tolerant of, state violence. All right. That's the end of my rant. I could go on forever, guys. This is so passionate for me. And you got to understand, for me, you ready for this? I grew up in a family of 7 kids, 6 half siblings and me, but I was the only kid of my dad. So I grew up where I got spanked by my mom and dad, but my half brothers got spanked by my mom, my half brothers and sisters, but they got spanked harder by my dad. Like he was more physical with them than he was with me. So I got spanked and it was really traumatizing, but they got spanked much worse. And it was really traumatizing, like witnessing them get spanked worse. And then in fact, some of them who were spanked worse sexually abused me. And the whole thing was this toxic, like cesspool of violence. And then my dad was aggressive with my mom. He never hit her, but he certainly was emotionally abusive and controlling, and occasionally would grab her by the neck and like slam her against the refrigerator or the wall and something like that. And so I got to see a lot of different facets of violence, and fortunately for me, I received less of it, but witnessing it was like so traumatizing in its own way. So me sort of addressing these home issues and like, dude, I raised a kid, okay? I raised a kid where not only did I not hit him, but when he was 7 years old or 8 years old, he told me, Dad, I used to like grit my teeth when I would get angry. And he told me, my son told me, Dad, I know you've never hit me, but Dad, every time you grit your teeth, I actually am afraid you're going to hit me. And so I would really appreciate it if you would not grit your teeth, if you could do away with that, because I feel unsafe around you when you grit your teeth. And I was so resistant. What do you mean? I got hit and all you have is teeth gritting? And you know what I did? I changed it. I stopped gritting my teeth. I stopped gritting my teeth. And I fucking actually went to therapy and figured out a way to parent and to get angry without gritting my teeth. And because he like stood up to me and was like, yo, let me tell you what my experience is, Dad. I know you're doing it like better than was done to you, but it's still hurting me. So I'd really appreciate it if you wouldn't hurt me. And I was like, oh shit, right? It's like crazy, like how we can evolve. Isn't that amazing? I went from growing up in a house of violence to like allowing my kid to help me eliminate unnecessary behaviors that made him feel threatened. And like, because ultimately, like there's such a power dynamic. This is the thing I discovered. There is such a power dynamic from the parent to the kid that like your kid can be getting injured and wounded and terrorized with something that you think is not even a harmful behavior because of the power dynamic. It's like this insane differential of power where you have so much power over them that just a look on your face can be devastating them because of the power dynamic, right? It's like really fucking crazy. Dude, let's go, Alicia. Good for you. Wrote your parents a 3-page letter and they adjusted, right? Am I saying I'm woke? Dude, I am woke as fuck, bro. I'm like, I don't know if you get any more woke than me, right? No, I'm not. I'm pretty woke. I'm not the wokest, but I'm woke. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, aren't you proud of Alicia? That's so bold and ballsy. But that's, you know, that's what I think. I think it's like, you know, somebody said way earlier, okay? Somebody said talking to your kids like they're actual humans. And I think that there is a disconnect in American society because of our capitalism and because of our colonialism and because of our, you know, corporal punishment and abuse of power, even in the home, that we have a tendency of thinking about kids like their property and, right, like their property and like they're here to be, like we're going to shape them into like images of ourselves to go out there and do our work in the world. And especially religious families do this. And it's really toxic because like raising a kid, you're not there to shape them. Okay. You can heal yourself and you can model healthy behavior, but then you're here to discover them and discover who they are. And then they're going to change you and you're going to maybe change them and vice versa. And like, it's like you raise the kids and the kids raise you. And that's a really important part of the process, that if you want kids to be free thinking, fucking, you know, autonomous humans, is to take the element of you controlling them out of the mix, right? That element of control, right? Yeah, you listening to them. And guys, I had a real problem with this. Okay, Elf says, no offense, but let's move forward. We will. We are moving forward. This is part of moving forward. Let's go, baby. But I had a real problem with this in you know, and struggled often of like, you know, like even without the violence and shit of me not seeing the emotional condition of my child and me continuing to, you know, hone down on my point or the you know, the thing I was trying to inspire or the outcome I was trying to achieve, the outcome we're trying to achieve, when in fact my kid would be emotionally wounded from having made a mistake or feeling like he let me down. And what he really needed was me to be there for him while he recovers from that wounding. And I would be like trying to like internalize a lesson or fucking find, right? And it's like, it's just really weird. It's weird how like so much of our culture is about teaching instead of like, you know, just holding space, right? You know, but all right, now I'm done. Dude, what a journey. I think though, guys, I think we get in these discussions though, because we're at a flashpoint. Okay. I think these discussions tie into our politics. Like, think about this. Okay. We're watching ICE gun people down in the streets and we're having a long discussion about not hitting our kids because the two are connected. Okay. The two are connected. Those ICE agents, those Proud Boys, they were hit, guys. They were hit as kids. I'm telling you. And they have other generational trauma around racism and power abuses. That's what made them Proud Boys. Okay. And yes, we need to listen to kids. You think about this in our politics, how old people are like, these kids too far left, they don't know what they're talking about. No, they do, man. Kids grow up and they fucking, you know, they fucking like, they see things. Okay. Can I just tell you? Last thing, but this is important to the politics, guys. So my son, his first job out of high school, or not his first job, but his first corporate job was for Burger King. And you know what hit him the most, guys? He didn't feel bad working fast food. He didn't, you know, he could handle the chaos of the drive-thru. He didn't mind the social interactions. But you know what broke his heart and made him hate Burger King was that there were a lot of homeless people near the Burger King he worked at, and he wasn't allowed to like give them anything. He couldn't give them water. He couldn't give them a comp burger or food they were throwing away. And there were all these cameras in the Burger King to watch him and to make sure he didn't break that rule. And so he was like, man, he's like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to work for a company that does that. Like, I don't want to be a Burger King manager or own a Burger King because I don't want to run a business or be a part of a business that is compassionless, right? And he was like, fuck this corporate culture. And I was like, man, he sees it. He sees it. You know what I mean? And like now they've added surveillance. Like, dude, did you see this? Let me go into this, guys, because this is politics too, because I saw this today. Okay. Let me find the post. It was from like Post Left Watch, I think. Right? Or maybe I think I liked the post, but it was about food waste in America. All right? And it was all right, so I didn't all right. I can find this. Let me see here. How am I going to find it? It was about food waste. It was like 30. Yes, right here. It was 50 Shades Away. You ready? So there's a TikTok here about food waste that says 30% to 40% of our food supply gets wasted.
All this chicken is lined up to be thrown in the trash. It's all on the assembly line to be thrown in the trash. It's pretty sad.
Nah, Krispy Kreme, this is unacceptable, bro. Unacceptable. I would have loved these donuts.
The only thing I can't stand about America is all this food that has to go in the trash. Once again, look at this. Look at this. Throwing away all that meat, but can't feed the staff. That's some shit.
Your boy is unfortunately at their horrendous second job, and the amount of food waste in this country is incredible.
Unreal.
Hurt in my heart to let all of this lobster go, but like,
I can't believe I just watched a worker like bring out like 20 pizza boxes just full of pizza and just toss them in the garbage.
In the garbage.
My guy is throwing all of these donuts away. You mean to tell me there's no homeless people that could use?
Now, what's crazy about this is a lot of this shit comes down to American legal liability, right? They want to throw all this food away because what happens is if you give a homeless guy some food and he chokes on it or whatever, something happens, a lawyer can come in and try to like sue. Okay, now there should be some like release of liability in order to transfer this food and use it to help. Here in Portland, when the power went out, we had a Fred Meyer grocery store where they put all this food in dumpsters. The police, the Portland police came to the dumpsters and stood at the dumpsters and collected overtime to protect the dumpsters so all that food could rot. Like, that is corporate America. Now, my kid working for Burger King, right off the bat, he was like, dude, fuck corporate America. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be a part of a corporate American, like, capitalist culture that won't feed fucking hungry people with all this food they're throwing away anyway. And so these young people are growing up and they already know that this shit is toxic. All right, Elf says, I can be very wrong, but I think Safeway in the East Coast gives away fresh produce to the shelters. Let's go. Well, you know what I did, guys? What we did in the 90s is in LA, I worked at Jerry's Deli, and there was one in Westwood, and it was open 24 hours, and we would clear out the food on the graveyard shift. And so what we used to do at Jerry's is it was store policy that you can't give away food, but we did it anyway. We filled bags with the bread and boxes of cheesecakes and all the fried chicken and the potato wedges and everything. And we used to have the homeless people come by at like 4:30 in the morning, and everybody in Westwood, we fed them. Every single fucking night, we fed all the homeless people in Westwood, okay? But you know what the difference was between then and now, guys? The surveillance state, okay? Now, in most businesses, they have cameras everywhere where you can't do that anymore. You'll get fired. Someone will rat you out. They'll see you on camera and you will get fired. And so it's weird how this like Palantir, this Ring camera, these flock cameras, this surveillance state attitude that we're being sold because, oh, you can protect yourself. But no, it's creating an environment where we're watched and we're hawked. We're like under constant, you know, like you right? And I mean, dude, this shit is bullshit. Nobody in America should be hungry. Okay? Nobody should. Like, we have the resources. And that's the thing, guys. This develops into the concept of like social democracy and socialism. I know people always want to talk about the means of production, but like it can just be the benefit of society. Okay. Like, we live in a culture that says you make things in order to profit. And then if you can't profit off it, you throw the things away and you prevent anyone. You actually pay security to prevent them from having this thing that can't make you any money. When like that waste can go to feed people. And there's every level of that where there's some type of waste that could be given away. And what it is, though, is it's this idea, okay, I get called a commie. I am kind of a commie. But it's this idea, guys, that we have enough for everybody to have some. But we've let our society spin out of control to where it's not about everybody having some. It's about making the most profit only. And the people who make the most profit get to have some, and everybody else has to just get better at what they're doing and become the people that make the most profit. But the reality is that we have enough resources for everybody to have some. Okay? It's just, if everybody has some, you're not going to have anybody who's insanely rich. Okay? That's the only drawback. You're not going to be living in squalor. You're not going to be living in poverty. There just won't be any insanely rich people if everybody has some. There will be people that are rich, but nobody's going to be insanely rich. Nobody's going to be like buying fucking multiple sports teams rich. Nobody's going to be, you know, and I mean, even with the sports teams, right? If you have the Philadelphia Eagles, why is one guy own the Philadelphia Eagles and maybe a guy who doesn't even live in Philadelphia? Like, the Philadelphia Eagles the money that team generates should be feeding and clothing and housing the people of Philadelphia, shouldn't it? They're the ones spending all that money on tickets and buying the shirts and shit. Like, why is the city of Philadelphia not, you know, handsomely profiting off the Philadelphia Eagles, right? I mean, there's no reason the city can't be profiting off of it in addition to the owner. Like, come on, man. You know, there's so much. There's so much, guys. Right? Let's go, baby. Oh, shit. Let's fucking go. I am kind of a commie, but guys, again, I feel like we're having this long discussion about like corporal punishment and parenting and how we treat kids, how we treat young people, because our society is hitting a flashpoint, guys, where generations of kids like my son and others, it even started with millennials, okay? There are generations of kids from millennials to Gen Z and now into Gen Alpha that are being they're coming into a world where they have access to see more of the world, and they're not being, you know, like punished with violence as kids. And they're seeing corporate culture and surveillance states for what it really is, where they're like, you know, I don't want to be a part of a system that won't help homeless people, right? They're looking at corporate America. We were raised, go get a corporate job, go become the manager of McDonald's. Maybe you'll own a McDonald's and you'll be a successful businessman. And you know what's funny? Is young people are now like saying, like, my kid looks at it and is like, Dad, I don't want to own a fucking McDonald's because I would never want to own a business that wouldn't allow me to give the excess food away to some homeless people. Like, fuck that. Why would I even want to be a part of a culture that treats like hoarding money and making money as more valuable than taking care of people? Right? They're growing up and they're like, yeah, fuck the hustle, right? And bless them. Like, fuck the hustle. Workaholism is like alcoholism, guys. I mean, we were raised, my generation was raised, you got to hustle. You got to work 100 hours a week. You got to outwork everybody to make it to the top. But you know what that gave me, guys? It gave me addiction. I became an addict. I got addicted to drugs, and then when I got off drugs, I got addicted to work, and you know what I'm saying? And like men, we were raised, get addicted to work to provide for your family, be a hustler, make a lot of money. But dude, it's unhealthy. You look at a lot of these hustlers that are making a lot of money, and they're very unhealthy, guys. They're not healthy people. They're fucked up, bro. Right? They're working 120 hours a week, but they're messed up. They're like Elon Musk, okay, who works 120 hours a week, sleeps on a couch in his office, fathers a bunch of kids, never sees any of them, does drugs all day and abuses people, and fucking becomes a trillionaire and then doubles his prices because a trillion's not enough. And now he wants to buy all the fucking reps too, right? Because he is mentally defective. Because he's an addict, okay? He's a sociopathic addict. Jen W says, I'm a psychopath now. And with that face, dude, that's so funny. Look at Jen W. She says, I'm a psychopath now. And that face, though, it's true. We're all raised to be sociopaths that are obsessed with the accumulation of wealth and power. Dude, isn't that crazy? Read Distraction by Bruce Sterling. All right, put a link in the Discord, okay? Because I won't remember it here, but like put a link in the Discord and I'll try to get in on it. But guys, I just think this shit is really important. I think it's important because I'm going to get hippie on you here, okay? I know I'm a little bit of a commie. I'm a little bit of a hippie. I'm a little bit of a socialist. I'm a little bit of a capitalist. I'm a lot of an artist. I'm an artist in all facets. But what I want to say is we're entering into like the age of Aquarius, okay? If you're into astrology, we are entering into that time where we are going to achieve a higher consciousness, okay? We are going to achieve a higher consciousness. Our world is, and you can already see it. You see religious people freaking out because religion is like getting less necessary. And so people are leaving it and the people that are grasping onto it are getting more severe about it, and people are jockeying for control. But a lot of people are just getting fed up. They're getting fed up with working and hustling and grinding and struggling and watching violence and war and abuse happen around them. And they don't want to be told that that's the way it is. They don't want to be told that, like, we have to, like, fire missiles in the Middle East and shit. And we have to give Israel money to take land that never really belonged to them. Like, right? People are getting tired of being told that. And now there are, like, I think we are becoming ready for huge psychological shifts. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Huge psychological shifts I think they're already occurring. I think I have seen them even with my son and his friends, and certainly Gen Alpha are going to, like, Gen Alpha are going to be like, man, we're just not having it. You know what I'm saying? We're just not having it. You know? Your son says he's not killing himself for the man. Good for him, dude. Dude, Elf says, I get permit to play on the street and don't accept money. I just ask them to come and watch us play at CSO or donate to a local youth music school. Let's go, dude. That sounds amazing, Elf. That sounds amazing, right? But, dude, Elon is the classic example. He literally became a trillionaire, and then he fucking, look at what he did, dude. Dude, look at what he did. He became a trillionaire, okay? And then they doubled the price of Starlink. Okay? This is crazy. All right? You know what I'm saying? Like, this was nuts, dude. Dude, it's like, dude, and you can't even fucking find it on, I think he's suppressing it, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, he is like, right here. Right? They started doubling the price of a lot of their shit, dude. And isn't that crazy? This is one of the things they did, right? Where he becomes a trillionaire, and then they had just raised their prices, and then he becomes a trillionaire, and then they doubled the pricing for all of their aviation plans, okay? All their aviation fucking equipment. You know what I'm saying? It's like crazy. Dude, he can't fucking, like, he can't, it's never enough, okay? It's never enough. They're doubling the price of their entry-level unlimited connectivity plans for business aviation and implementing regional service boundaries, right? Isn't that insane? So they went through, and the minute he becomes a trillionaire, they go and they fucking double their prices. All right. And they had already increased residential prices. And he's going to continue doing this, right? I mean, dude, SpaceX has never made money. In the last 20 years, it's like a net $40 billion loss or something. It's crazy. It's crazy what's going on. But it's like so out of control, guys. This shit is so out of control. It is. It is fucking so out of control. All right, you ready? Let's hit a couple fucking news items here. All right. I know, guys. I'm on a bender tonight, right? I'm on a bender tonight. I know we're talking about some really heady shit, but guys, can I just tell you, I saw the movie today, The Invite. Have you heard of it? It's Penelope Cruz and Olivia Wilde, Seth Rogen, and fucking Edward Norton, and it's this movie that on the outset is about like wife swapping or whatever, like fucking, swinging, but it's not really. It's really a movie about like fucking, I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, it's a little bit about that shit, but it's really about resentment in our relationships. And it was like mind blowing. I saw this movie and I've been on one like all day today. No, it's not about infidelity at all. Because if you engage in swinging, there's no infidelity there. It's like, that's more like polyamory. It's more about like sharing partners in sex. It has nothing to do with infidelity. But the movie itself, though, uses the swinging aspect to actually uncover a much deeper issue, which is what happens when you get in relationships where you've given shit up. I don't want to give away the movie, but like for example, how I'll apply it to my own life. I was a guy who was a musician, and I was very polyamorous in my behaviors. Even though I didn't have polyamorous relationships, I mostly just stayed out of relationships. And when I got in relationships, my polyamorous lifestyle ran into issues because it wasn't allowed in the relationships. But anyway, what I encountered is the minute my music became the most successful it had ever become, I became a father. And then I had to make some choices. Do I want to continue touring, or do I want to be a parent, right? And everybody encounters these types of decisions, right? You might encounter something where you're trying to have a certain career and then you have kids and then you just get a job, or maybe you give up an art project, or maybe, right? And so what ended up happening was I needed to find a way to give up my music and give up that dream and that thing I had worked so hard at without resenting my kid and making him be the reason I gave it up, right? And so what's interesting is I eventually realized this, and I quit playing music and I went to film school, and then I tried to have a film career, and then I ended up discovering streaming because of my kid and playing Fortnite, and I found a career as a Fortnite player, and now as a political YouTuber. But so I found more and different success by letting go of that thing. But so yeah, the movie kind of delves into people who get into relationships and then they give shit up because they are in a relationship, but then they're resentful and unhappy. And it's really wild. Highly recommend. So I'm not going to give you any spoilers about the movie. You have to go see it, but it is a movie about that, whatever, swinging shit, but it's also about much deeper shit, right? It is, man. And I don't know, it just had a profound, it hit me like a ton of bricks, because if you go watch that movie, you may see your parents or your own relationships in that movie. I saw so much of me and Jenny and my mom and dad and myself and all this shit in the characters in that movie. It's really pretty profound movie. But anyway, I just feel like this shit is happening. You know what I'm saying? This shit is happening. We're going through a very big culture shift, guys, that if I were to sum it up, okay, you ready? You ready, guys? Here's what it is. You ready? if I were to sum up what we're experiencing now, is we are starting to experience a whole bunch of the world that is like, you know, I don't know if I'm okay with capitalism. I don't know if I'm okay with it. Like, I know it's got these great things about it, and it certainly does some wonderful things, and it certainly did evolve society in a way, but now it feels like it's off the rails, and it feels like it's become toxic and harmful. It feels like we're in an abusive relationship with capitalism. And like a lot of people are like, man, I don't think I want to be in an abusive relationship with a financial and social system, right? Like millions, tens of millions of people around the world are starting to have this realization all at once, where they're like, you know, fuck this shit, right? And we're hung up on capitalism and socialism and communism. We're hung up on terminology, when in fact we need bold new ideas. We need to like take a little bit of socialism and a little bit of capitalism and a little bit of communism and a little bit of atheism and a little bit of humanism and a little bit of fucking, you know, Jungism and a little bit of Freudian like psychology, and we need to like take a whole mishmash of it, and we have to fucking create something that is better for the human experience, right? We need to experiment and take a lot of shit, you know what I'm saying? And yes, oh my God, look at what this Josh person just said. The problems it solved in the past are no longer the problems we face in the present. Like, yeah, that's really heady. You know, a mixed methodology, exactly. I mean, there's just nothing wrong with, and like, you know what's so crazy about this, guys? Is people will say socialism doesn't work, but it's like, bro, come on, man. You know, you think that the person who dreamed up the iPhone, right? The people that dreamed up cell phones, you think they didn't get told, like, man, you can never have a cordless phone. You can never have a computer that transmits data like through the air. Like, come on, right? You need wires, guys, right? I mean, there's always people that want to hold on and not believe, but like, God damn it, guys, I come down to this. You ready? It's like, if I can have my film and music library and access to millions of people, live social media around the world with my phone and an internet router, and I can conquer alcoholism and go to therapy and do shit like EMDR to heal the wounds of the beatings and the sexual abuse. If I can do all of that, and we can do all of that together, we can goddamn figure out how to distribute resources and modify the capitalist system with a little bit of socialism and communism and humanism and whatever goddamn else we want to throw in there to make this world more equitable and healthy for everybody. Like, don't tell me we can't fucking do it. Because, man, I got off cocaine addiction, so don't tell me that I can't, like we can't figure out how to distribute the money that Apple generates or that me using YouTube generates. Because I'm a YouTube user, and there's millions of us that are using YouTube right now, and it generates billions upon billions of dollars. There's no reason we can't distribute that money in a way that helps all of us, and not just to fucking Sergey Brin so he can go party on Epstein Island. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me a fucking break. Fuck that, bro. You know, I used Twitter religiously for 13 years. You know what I'm saying? And there's no reason why that money that gets generated from my Twitter use has to simply go to Elon Musk so he can bully governments. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that shit. How's my septum? It's like, you know, I can neti pot from one side to the other. Let me put it to you that way. Dude, I can put fingers in each nostril and I can touch them together, baby. Okay, let me just say. That's how my septum is. Right? Let's go. Oh, shit. But you know what I mean? I mean, we have these people with billions of dollars who have like worked at industries that say, oh, if you change anything about this system, we will cease to exist. It's like, fuck you, boss. I'm not buying it. And in fact, it seems like we're ceasing to exist because of your fucking systems. Really? Right? Like all these issues we have with fucking homelessness and trillionaires and spending $50 million on the fucking Senate race in Michigan, and why? So that we'll send billions of dollars to fucking the Middle East to drop missiles on people. And why? Because we want to have more SpaceX and more Starlink and more Coca-Cola and more Exxon. And why? Because 100,000 people in America will have enough wealth to have penthouses in New York City that they don't even live in. And why? Because, oh, if you try any socialism or communism, everybody's going to have nothing. Fuck you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck you. I'm not buying it, dude. I feel like we can do a mixed fucking method, right? We can mix a cocktail of all these different financial systems. We can do some socialism that helps people, but not do the part of socialism that ruins the economy. We can take a little bit of communism that's good for society, but not do the communism that controls everybody and is bad for society. We can do some capitalism that encourages free markets and competition, but not do the capitalism that lets 5 goddamn people own all the media, right? Or 2 private prison companies like fund, masked Proud Boys shooting people in the street and detaining people for months so they can all cash in on that private prison money. Like, goddamn, we can do better. Elf says we need OCP from RoboCop so we can spend more money on weapons for a company that asks for federal funding. Let's go, baby. Let's go, right? I believe capitalism mixed with socialism, mixed with communist ideals, okay? Communist ideals, which are about a collective, about valuing the health of the collective, right? Which means, like, we don't have to be communist in the fact that nobody can have nice things, right? But we can be communist in the sense of the collective, which means that, like, if there are people dying on the streets, even our, like, most financially affluent people are suffering as a result of that. And so it would behoove us to build some type of collective framework to lift people off of the streets and to take care of them until they get healthy and can maybe face whatever issues they're struggling with, And I mean, there's so many things we can be willing to try, You know what I'm saying? That, yes, value the individual, value the human being as much as we value profit, right? Value the human being as much as we value profit. I believe, guys, I've been thinking that we should make up a new thing called humanism, okay? I've been thinking that we should create something like the iPhone, but call it humanism. And it could be a capitalist, a free capitalist, competitive market society that places an equal value on the value of humanity with the value of that profit accrual, right? And seeks to find a balance, right? Right? Seeks to find a balance that where, we need profit and we need profit motive, but we also we need to make sure the humans are okay, right? A human-centered design, yes. Yes, a financial system that is centered on the human experience and not like the, you know, the wealth experience, right? You know, right? They're all run by some cunt. You know? Well, you know what's funny though, DJ? Is DJ, you're not wrong. And because I think you're ready for this, guys, hear me out on this, okay? The number one problem we have in capitalism isn't even about the resources, okay? The resources, we have a problem above wealth distribution, guys. And our problem is distribution of power. And our problem is management of power. Our problem is delegation of power. And it starts in the home. It starts with this shit we were talking about earlier about raising kids, where there is such a huge power differential between parent and kid, between teacher and student, between police officer and you know, speeding ticket person, between ICE agent and, you know, immigrant, between, right? Between senator and constituent, and the fact that we have not figured out an effective system for managing power, that, like, you know, we have to look at that too, right? We have to look at power distribution the same way that you look at like electrical power grids, right? You know, if your entire electrical power grid is fed by one fucking switch and that switch fails, everyone is fucked. So you like having power go through the conduit through one fucking, right? You need to have multiple outlets of power, right? You know what I'm saying? Like we have to rethink how power is distributed, you know, like just in general. And I think that's where religion gets complicated, because religion has ingrained everyone that a supreme individual power is the way it is. But it's not, guys. Okay? It's not. Having a supreme individual, the pyramid of capitalism, the 1%, and the top of that 1% is the trillionaire or the uber billionaire. No, that whole idea of that singular, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipowerful God is like all powerful ruler. No, that's the root of it. We need to stop believing in authoritarianism, right? I think I've said this before, but I really want humanity to get a Star Trek level of understanding. I mean, dude, it is an MLM, right? It is, but it really starts with that, like, theology poisons people into believing that authoritarianism and fascism is the way the world is. And so, right, it is a pyramid scheme. Hold on, I'm gonna grab a snack, dude, and then we're gonna come back and hit a few political points, and then I gotta go make some videos. But I'm gonna come back. We have a couple things I want to cover. Dude, I do want to cover Trump's meltdown today. We do have Thursday coming up, and we got to look at E Jean Carroll, okay, because she got paid today. So some big shit happened today, guys, in Trump land, right? Dude, let's go. You ready? You ready? You ready to get into this shit? Dude, we're on the philosophical bender, guys. Okay, we are. We are on the philosophical tip. And it's good, though. I'll be right back.
away. I do. I think it through your pains away. I do. I think it through your pains away. I do. I think it through your pains away. Yeah, I'm real. I'm real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm real. I'm real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm real. I'm real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm real. I'm real. Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. You, I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just want to change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Yo! You, I will never be alone again.
Let's
I'm
go.
immune
Oh,
to
dude,
the
good
things-
song, good song. Dude, whoever wrote that song's a goddamn genius. You know? Can I just tell you though? I've had a thought about this, and we've been talking a lot about like the wealthy. And remember, we looked at Club America, TPUSA's thing the other day. And one of the things about the wealthy is they don't mind distributing their money. They just mind distributing it to people that they don't choose. Like the wealthy people, a lot of them, it's not even about money distribution. It's about they want the control, okay? They want to be able, like if they're white Christian billionaires, they will donate a lot of money to white Christian causes, but they don't want any black Christians benefiting from their money or any Hispanic, atheists benefiting from their money. They only want, right? They want to control that, And that shit is fucking is where the toxicity gets in. Dude, Artistry said, dude, you have a great community. It's a reflection of what you put out and you got to feel good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think we do have something really special here. But like, can I tell you a quick story? And then we're going to go talk about E Jean Carroll. But so my son ended up going to a grade school that was in a very wealthy neighborhood. Okay. A lot of like Nike professionals and people that were like VPs of those style companies, and a lot of doctors and people who owned telecommunications companies and like really wealthy kids, right? And we were not wealthy. He just went there because his mom lived in an apartment that was in the neighborhood of that school. Okay. It was like just happenstance. And so this school raised a lot of money. They had a Portland arts run and all this shit. And I mean, they would raise insane amounts of money, these people. And they would have an auction where they would raise like hundreds of thousands of dollars. The parents would get dressed up and go spend insane amounts of money auctioning off things the kids made and shit. Okay. Now, Portland has socialism. And what does that mean? There's a thing in Portland that the schools do called Run for the Arts. And, you know, you sponsor like laps or whatever with the run. But the way Portland does it is it has an income cap, which means no matter the school, no matter how much money the school raises, the school only gets to keep a certain amount. And everything it raises over that gets distributed to schools that don't raise that much money. So the really wealthy schools, like the one my son went to, are helping to fund the schools that have poorer, like, parents and kids in it. And it's amazing. But do you know what my kid's wealthy school did? Do you know what these fuckers did? They got so upset that their money was going to the poor schools. And then the other thing you would do is you would go visit the schools and like have pen pals or whatever. They got so mad that they stopped doing it. They opted out of the Run for the Arts and they created their own separate from the school that they themselves did that was called like the Arts Jog or whatever, so they could keep all the money. And I was like, you fucking motherfuckers. Like at that point, that was when I totally disengaged and was like, I fucking hate this school now. And I hate everyone in it because you literally have the resources to be helping people and you're fucking people over because you're greedy, like self-obsessed, like fucking only out for yourselves motherfuckers. It is like, how insane is that, right? You wouldn't want your kid to go there? Well, you know what's funny, Jay knows, is the experience of the kid going there was, you know, it was interesting because later on he went to some different type of schools. He didn't have schooling in that whole environment. And it was really intriguing to watch the sort of evolution of that school. And in fact, there were a lot of problems in that school that were mostly about like not acknowledging problems. That's what was really rampant there, right? What was rampant in the school that had a lot of money is they never wanted to actually acknowledge the problems they did have. And so it was really interesting. And with me being a total like working class guy who can very much like operate in those sort of spaces because, you know, I was like fashionable and, you know, like I wasn't like poor, right? Even though I was working class, I like, you know, I have like a little bit of Epicurean taste, but it was interesting interfacing with the parents because a lot of times I was fighting for things and I was like fighting for the school too. Like there were other issues and in ways I hope that maybe I helped enlighten them. Like I remember another issue that I had was around like the racial like situation with the school where there were only a couple of non-white kids at this school. And then they had this program that was like raising money for like the poor kids in Africa or something. And I was like, you guys need to fix this shit. I'm like, you have a school that is like very white and very wealthy. and their only exposure to people of color inside the school is like the poor people of color that they're rescuing. Like, you need to get some black people that are at the top of their game in here to come and speak to these kids. Like, you need to be bringing black people into this environment that are their peers and that are successful. So you're not like subliminally teaching these rich white kids that all black people are these poor kids that are waiting for their help. I'm like, you guys are fucking like not, you're subtly training these kids to see race in a way that's harmful. Right? Isn't it interesting? And they had never even thought of this. Like, when I first went to like the school officials and told them that their little, like, you know, Help the African Kids program was detrimental, they were like, whoa, right? And I'm like, you know, you need to bring people of color that are like powerful and like teaching these kids things. Right? And this is what representation is about, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? It's crazy. There must be poor white schools. So, Ruben, there are poor schools that have white kids in them, but the poor white schools are mixed race schools, and the rich schools are almost exclusively white. That's the thing about race in America. Is there are no poor schools that are all white kids. A poor school will be mixed race in America. It will be poor white kids and kids of color that are also poor. But when you go to a school that is really wealthy school, that school will be like 97% white. And that's why Mamdani, remember the shit he got into when he said, yeah, the neighborhoods of color are taxed higher, and then all of the wealthy neighborhoods, which are white neighborhoods, are all taxed lower. And people are like, oh, you're saying tax the white people more. And he was like, no. He was like, they're, you know, it's just all of the wealthy areas in America are like all white people, because 99% of the people with wealth in America are white. Why? Because they've been accruing it for generations. And the black people who built this country were enslaved. And then when they were freed, they were not allowed to accrue wealth. They didn't accrue any of the wealth they generated as slaves for, 200 years. Okay. And then the 100 years after that, they were still sort of enslaved and through segregation and shit. But their wealth, they never got any wealth from what they made, and then they never were allowed to have any wealth. And so they weren't allowed to accrue any and generationally pass it down. So now you look at the average wealth of a black family, and the median black wealth is like 18,000, and the median white wealth is like 180,000. And it's not because white people work harder or are better or smarter, more talented. It's because white people in America have been accruing and passing down wealth since the 1600s. And the black people in America literally started accruing and passing down wealth in like 1990s. Guys, I shit you not. It was literally like the 1990s, early 2000s, and it's still difficult for them. Yes, they burned down their towns. They couldn't own anything. I mean, dude, it's not rocket science. And you know what's fucked up, guys? Here's the thing, is the racism is coded into these school scores. Because what I discovered, guys, in my like home ownership and living in different neighborhoods and all that, if you go on to great schools and you look at a school that great schools, if it's got a 9 or a 10, you know what that means? It doesn't mean it's a great school. It means it's a school with all white people, and many of them have money. That's why it's rated 9 or 10. But if you go to that school, a lot of those schools are toxic and filled with all manner of dysfunction. But it's code, right? It's a good school. No, it's not. It's a white school. Okay, a school that has a 4 or a 3 is a school that has a lot of black people in it, but it may be even a better school than the school with the 9. But you would never know that because the ratings are racial indicators. So all the white people move to neighborhoods that have 9 and 10 schools, or some black people with money will move to a neighborhood that has a 9 or 10 school. But then the black people get into that neighborhood and their kids go to school and there's like 10 black kids in that school, because the 9 doesn't mean it's a good school. It means it's a white school that has money. It's fucked up. It is like fucked up. Like what I noticed is even the good schools in black neighborhoods would get low ratings, you know? And that's so crazy because all of that shit is just tied to American racism, okay? Our whole financial system, like American capitalism, is still intertwined with racism and colonialism and the shit that, like, you know, the enslavement that started this country off. That's why we gotta, like, do something new, you know? That's why we gotta do something new, man. Getting rid of ethnicity on applications, absolutely. You know, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And when you think about it, it's like, you know, there's this shit. Like if you went to Republicans and said, why do the black people in Mississippi, why are they mostly poor? The Republicans will say shit like they're not educated, or they don't have any skills, or they're not hard workers, or they're collecting welfare, or whatever they want to fucking say, the fucking hicks. But no, the reality is they've been denied, okay? They get denied jobs. They got denied property ownership. Their ancestors got denied property ownership for generations. It is by design. It is by design. It's fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? It is fucked up, dude. You know? And then what happens? Kamala Harris runs for office, a black woman, a powerful woman of color. And what happened in a lot of small towns? People just looked at Kamala and said, you know, I don't know what it is, but there's just something about that woman. There's just something about her I don't like. I can't put my finger on it. There's just something about her that rubs me the wrong way. And it's like, yeah, she's a black woman. That's exactly what it is, right? She's a woman and she ain't white. That's it. And if she was a white woman, you'd be something about her I don't really trust. And it would be because she's a woman, right? These dumb rednecks, right? But dude, it is like, fuck, bro. Dude, I have hope. I voted for the black woman. I did. And you know, I don't know. I may vote for her again in 2028. We'll see. We'll see how the things are aligned. Right? She would have been way better than Trump. Did I miss a super chat? Let me get up there. Dude, Elf said all of the kids wore nice clothes at Juilliard and Peabody, wore very nice clothes, and I wore ripped jeans and a tee. I didn't want to wear a suit. Let's go. Let's go, Elf. Yeah, but the ripped jeans, though, that probably made you, like, cool. You were, like, the rebellious dude there. Let's go, boss. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. Oh, dude, I missed a couple. Dude, Elf says, when I was 10, my father told me through using the Constitution that the educational system should be free. However, my parents paid for my uni tuition. That's so good. That's so good, dude. I fucking love it. Can I just tell you? All right, I got to get to E Jean Carroll, but I know I'm on this shit. Like Jenny and I are going through family growth, and that movie really hit me. But so when I was at UCLA was cheap. It was only like $1,400 a year, $435, $455 a quarter, 3 quarters. I never went to summer school, but so it was cheap. But it was kind of expensive to live in Westwood. Even in 1987, a 2-bedroom apartment was $1,600 a month. Okay, so if you had 4 kids living there, it was $400 a month each, plus food and utilities and school supplies and all that, and eating out, having fun. So I couldn't afford to live in an apartment, and I couldn't afford the dorms, but I found a fraternity house that was $270 a month, 4 guys each in a tiny fucking room, living like animals. But I joined a fraternity because it was cheaper, okay? But even then, my parents only gave me $300 a month inclusive. And they only did that. They could do that for like 10 months out of the year. So I had $30 after the money they gave me, after I paid my rent, I had $30. So I had to get a job, and I couldn't get a lot of loans because my parents didn't make a lot of money. $1,687 in 1987. It was $1,600 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment in Westwood, California. So the prices were jacked up around the school. That was the lowest. The lowest apartments, the cheapest, were $1,600 a month in 1987 in Westwood. Now, so it was a school for like rich kids. Okay. So I worked at Big Five. Ended up working at Tower Records. I fucking, I couldn't get a lot of loans because my parents didn't make enough money. Like, it was weird in the 80s where they wouldn't give you a ton of loan money unless your parents had some kind of collateral. So I only got I got a little bit of a Pell Grant, but then I mostly couldn't get a lot of loans because my parents didn't make enough money for anybody to trust me with student loans. So I was in a financial bind, right? But the kids that went there, like the guys in my fraternity, almost every kid in that fraternity, they had a car that their parents had bought for them. They had a gas card for the car. They had a credit card to pay for all their fraternity dues and their school meal plans and any of the books and shit they needed at school. They would get like $500 a month in cash, and then their parents paid for all of their housing and their school and everything. But like, you know what those guys did? I mean, they had a lot of fun and shit, but they also were able to study and like do really good in school because they didn't have to they spent 0 hours of their week worrying about paying their bills. And like, dude, it was so nice for them. And like, I didn't resent them. I tried to keep up with them. And eventually, like 2 years in, I had to bounce because I just couldn't keep up and I couldn't afford it. And so I decided to quit and play rock and roll and go another way. And like, I had to take a different route because I just couldn't fucking do it, right? But what I did do is like, my kid moved to New York, and I'm basically like just giving him a bunch of money, right? You know what I'm saying? Like he has a credit card of his own that I pay, and he has an American Express card if he gets in trouble that's attached to my account. And then I give him money. And I mean, he's been in New York and he doesn't have a job yet. He's been there like 9 months, right? And he hasn't worked yet, but he's like able to live because I'm like paying for him to live. But like, I don't know if that's bad, but I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. I feel like I'm giving him that shit that those kids gave to those college kids, right? And I want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Elf says I averaged $40K a year for 8 years outside of scholarship, and my debt was $200K, and it's paid off. Let's go, Elf. You know what I mean? And so I feel like that kind of support is like helpful. Like let him, figure out his shit and try to figure out what he wants to do. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, dude, yeah, he is making good memories. And so what was my major at UCLA? All right, you ready? I'm going to give you the major at UCLA. You're not going to believe this, but I when I went to UCLA, I applied to 2 colleges. I applied to UCLA and I applied to UC Berkeley, and I got accepted to both. And my major at UCLA was aerospace engineering. And my major at UC Berkeley, because they didn't have an aerospace program, was mechanical engineering. So I was like 4.2 GPA, championship swimmer, well-rounded student is what they called it. Like somebody who was a really good athlete that went to junior nationals and like super high grades and active in class, in clubs and shit, which I wasn't. Like the clubs were like, we didn't really do anything, but I had resume clubs and shit like that. But that was my major. I was on the engineering track. Okay. And so originally, see, when I was 18, Anna, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I went engineering because I very easily got A's in math and science. And my parents, like, engineering was this thing, the dream of theirs, because I come from a very, like, my mom never went to high school. My dad dropped out of school in the 8th grade. So I went there for engineering. That's what I went in. But then when I got into the fraternity, it was a mix, because the fraternity, like, there were doctors and lawyers mostly. Most of those guys were pre-med or they were going into law. But it was weird because I didn't like engineering when I got to college. I liked girls and I liked cocaine and I liked alcohol. And so I was like, God, I hadn't had a social life, and the fraternity social life became really enamoring. So then I started like, well, what can I do? So a lot of these other guys were doing business. So I did switch my major to econ business, and I took some economics class and statistics, and I was like, dude, fuck this. Like, I don't know how you guys are doing this shit. Like, I don't want to go into business bad enough to take this shit. So I fucking bounced out of that. And then, you know what I did? I switched to English creative writing. And I remember when I switched to English creative writing, they have this 10 series, 10 A, B, and C. So when you become an English major, the first series you have to take is the 10 series. And English 10A, 10B, and 10C, you take them in series, and they're really hard. Like, you have to read like Middle English, Chaucer, and all this crazy shit. And they make the 10 series like exaggeratingly hard. So if you don't really want to be an English major, you'll quit. And it's kind of like the early English major series where they weed out anyone who's not hardcore. Okay. And so what was interesting though is when I took the 10A, right? When I switched to English creative writing, I took the 10A, and in UCLA, you had lecture and you had section. So lecture is like 400 kids in an auditorium with a super like relevant professor. And then you have a section, which is like 35 kids with graduate student, and the graduate student sort of like helps you break down the material in more manageable chunks, because the professors are all researchers and shit. So you don't have any access to, especially the UCLA professors. They're like doing some pretty like renowned research sometimes. But so my TA in section was my teacher of my English 4 class, which was like the basic English. And he actually pulled me aside in the beginning and said, look, don't take this the wrong way, but I remember your performance in English 4, like the fraternity letters and whatever. And he's like, I'm not sure what you think you're doing here in the 10 series, but like, did you sign up for this by accident? Like, do you really want to be here? Do you know what this fucking quarter is about to like thrust upon you? Because I remember you in English 4 kind of like cutting every corner and not even taking the class seriously. And I don't want you to like fuck up your collegiate shit. And I had to sit down with him and say, look, man, I do appreciate it, but like, I was here as an engineering major and I haven't really found what I like, but now I think I'm going into creative writing. And he was very doubtful, but then I fucking aced the 10 series. I aced it, bro. And he was like, wow, dude, because I really wanted to go into creative writing. But you know what happened? What happened, guys, was it was fucked up. I stayed up all night to study for my final, and I fell asleep 1 hour before class. And I woke up, the finals were like 4-hour blocks, and I woke up with like 30 minutes left in my 10 series final, okay, which was like the core classes. If you fail that class, you're fucked, okay? And then I raced to class, and I was crying, and I didn't have time to even dent the final. And so the instructor said, I'll give you an incomplete. You can come back next quarter and you can make up the final next quarter, which I was like, oh, dude, this sucks. Like, how am I going to do this? Or you have one quarter to do it. But then he went on sabbatical to England. So the professor was gone the next quarter. So I thought, okay, I guess it turned to an F. And that's why I quit college, okay? Because I thought I finally went into English creative writing, and then I fell asleep and I fucked myself. The professor went on sabbatical. That's why I quit college, decided to start a band. But you know what's funny is years later, I quit music and thought about going to Lewis and Clark to go to law school, and I had my transcript sent up from UCLA. It never went to an F, guys. Literally, fucking, it was like 2003, 2002, okay? So 13 years later, I quit in 1990, 89. 14 years later, it was still an incomplete. I didn't need to quit, dude. It never went to an F. Like, I found out years later, I quit thinking I had ruined my grades, and I didn't actually ruin my grades. Isn't that weird? But, like, I had to quit because I needed to go on that rock and roll journey. Elf says, when I went to Peabody, Johns Hopkins, I took a master's in physics and music. I was 3 credits away from getting a double master. Oh, shit, dude. So, yeah, so that's why I quit. But then later on, I was going to go to law school. I was going to go back to Lewis and Clark. When I was going to go back to school in my 30s, I was going to go back to Lewis and Clark, and then I was going to go to law school like all of my friends from college ended up doing. But my girlfriend at the time talked me out of it. She talked me out of it, guys. I had a girlfriend. We broke up shortly after that, but I had a girlfriend who talked me out of going to law school. And in fact, 2 years later, I toured the U.S. as a one-man indie rock band, which was the most amazing experience, like up to that point. So she talked me out of it, and something really amazing happened as a result of her talking me out of it. And now I'm glad she did. I'm glad I didn't go to law school, because touring the country as a one-man indie rock band, and then later going to film school at 40, and then later trying to start a film career and having that fail, and then becoming a famous Fortnite player, and then, having that blow up because I was too woke, and then becoming a political streamer. It was all like, none of that would have happened if I had gone to law school. Right? So, I mean, dude, shit happens, right? Yeah, I am an entertainer. I'm an entertainer, for sure. I have had an awesome life. I really have. I've really had an awesome life. No complaints here. No complaints here. Long story short, we still would have been political punk. Well, you know what's interesting is the reason why I was thinking about going back into law school was, there were a lot of things. Some of it was about the money, but some of it is about the law. The law is, if you become a courtroom attorney, being a performer is like a really powerful thing in that realm. And in fact, the law, like learning how to like manipulate it, is a type of, an art all itself. But I will say though, the going into law late is really hard. It's hard. It's hard to make a name for yourself if you go into it late. Fortnite was much easier to make a name for myself as a 50-year-old. Plus, guys, I hate school. Okay? I don't like school, guys. I don't fucking like going to school. It's weird. Jenny loves it. Dude, Jenny has like a master's, double majored. She went and got a massage degree. She's gotten, psilocybin facilitating accreditation. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jenny is like, she operates so amazingly in school, but I just fucking hate school, dude. I don't like being told what to learn or how to learn it. I don't like authority at all, right? I don't fucking like authority, boss. Like, I don't like teachers. I often think I know the shit better than my teacher. And I have a real fucking ego issues that prevent me from operating well in school. You guys, I have ego problems. I do. I have like serious ego issues. I do love to learn. I just don't like being forced to learn under somebody else's structure, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, I like, plus I like to learn about the shit I like to learn on. You think you have ADHD? I think we all kind of do. But all right, you ready? Let's look at E Jean Carroll, guys. This shit is amazing, dude. All right, look at this shit. Look at this shit, dude. She fucking got paid. Okay? $5.62 million sex abuse and defamation payment plus interest. This is the first time in history that a sitting president has paid his $5+ million for sex abuse and defamation, which he was adjudicated by a jury, okay? And he paid it. His appeals ran out and he paid the tab. Now there's another one. There is another one that is sitting in the nether regions, which is that $83 million settlement that Donald Trump has not yet paid. That one is running through more appeals and he's trying to fucking reverse that and shit. But she did get paid $5.62 million. Now 30% of this is going to go to her attorneys, probably 30 or 40%. But he fucking paid it. So he is officially a sex abuser. Yes, a rapist, right? And he is officially adjudicated as having, defamed the woman he abused, right? Isn't that amazing? Dude, this is huge, guys. This is fucking huge. All right. Federal jury found him liable for sexually abusing her and defaming her. He exhausted his appeals and then he had to finally pay up. Now, the thing is, though, is he's looted so much from crypto and from all of his other cons that it's not even like it hasn't dented him at all financially. But let me just tell you this, him having to pay this money, like, guys, he is never going to let this go. Okay? He is never going to let this go. Yes. And Midnight brings out a good point. Let's be very clear about this, guys, because I want to show you something. Okay? I want to show you something right here. Okay? Because this, you'll find this online, but let's look at this. Okay? Let's look at this article here. Okay? Where it says the judge clarifies, yes, Trump was found to have raped E Jean Carroll. Now, here's what we need to pay attention to about this situation and why it is called sexual abuse and why every right winger will show you this thing that said, was it a rape charge? And it's marked no. But that is only because of a New York law exception. Okay? In New York State, rape is defined as penis entry, as genitalia, right? Or with a woman using her sex organ. Okay? In New York, if you use a foreign object or you use your fingers, it is not rape. It is considered sexual abuse in the state of New York. Rape is only penetration with genitals. Okay? And Donald Trump's was using his fingers to penetrate, which is in fact still rape. But by law in New York, it is not considered rape. Now that is stupid. They should change that fucking law because that shit is bullshit. So Donald Trump did rape E Jean Carroll, but it is not technically called that on the adjudication document because of New York state law. So when people are like, you call him a rapist and people are like, no, he's not, he's a sexual abuser. And it's like, fuck off, right? You know what I'm saying? But that is a distinction. Elf says, all my friends who are in law do contract law because they make more money outside of court. Let's go. That's true, Elf. As a musician, I would definitely like to try and teach Tommy music, but I'm not a singer or a guitar player, so that would only work for music theory. Let's go. Dude, I took one music theory class. It was good. Yeah, dude, that law should get fixed. But he is now, it's official. The money, which had been held in escrow when Mr. Trump appealed, was disbursed to Ms. Carroll last week. All right? The payment came after the U.S. Supreme Court declined his latest attempt to appeal the verdict, which prompted the judge overseeing the case to order that the money be released to Ms. Carroll. Now, guys, think about this, okay? Think about this in terms of Donald Trump. Guys, he fucking took help from Russia, okay? Elon manipulated shit, giving away $1 million. They had all kinds of savage PR campaigns. They pulled every shit in the book. He got Benjamin Netanyahu to be extra aggressive in the Middle East just to fuck the Democratic coalition. Donald Trump did everything he could to stack the Supreme Court and to become the president, to hide the Epstein files, and to get this shit overturned. And the Supreme Court said, sorry, Donnie, fuck you, boss. We're not going to let you appeal it. We're declining the case. Dude, they fucked him. His own Supreme Court, who had told him, while you're president, you're immune. You have full immunity. And he was thinking, man, I'm going to get back into the president's seat and the Supreme Court is going to overturn this shit. And they said, no, we're not. And so he was fucking, guys, he will never let that go. See, this is what is great about Trump, okay? Because Trump may loot billions, okay? And Trump may whatever. He may get a Hotel Gaza. And maybe he never goes to prison for Epstein. But guys, let me just tell you, Trump is a sociopathic narcissist. Trump will never, ever be able to let go of the fact that Joe Biden beat him. And he's never going to be able to change that result. He can do that auto pen shit, but that doesn't change the truth that we know he lost. And he knows he lost. He can never, ever live down the fact that the only people he beat while running for president were women. He never beat a guy. He's never going to live that down. He's never going to live down this adjudicated judgment that he had to pay her millions of dollars. Okay? He has lost so much. And guys, this shit is punishing to him, to his personality. He's miserable. He could become a trillionaire and he will still be fucking miserable. He will never enjoy a moment of his existence because of these things. And Obama getting the fucking, Obama getting the Nobel Prize, dude, he will never, like Trump will never. I mean, look at him. He's still talking about the Nobel. I ended 8 wars, 12 wars, 16 wars. He is so fucked up, bro. He is such a fucking loser, bro. He is such a loser. The White House press office referred a request for comment to Mr. Trump's personal lawyers. Aaron Harrison, a spokesman for the legal team representing Trump in the matter, said the American people stand with President Trump as they demand an immediate end to all of the witch hunts, including the Democrat-funded travesty of the Carroll hoaxes. Dude, what a shitter, right? The judgment against Mr. Trump stemmed from a lawsuit filed in Manhattan. Yes, he called it a hoax. He called it a lie. He said, I've never even seen this woman. I don't even know who this woman is. After the court, Mr. Trump continued to rail against Ms. Carroll after the Supreme Court decision. Okay, the Supreme Court, without citing a reason and with no public dissent, denied his request. Dude, no public dissent, guys. That means like they fucking, you know, nobody spoke up. Not one member spoke up. No reason. They just said next. Oh shit, dude. So then she got dispersed. Right. And see, this one, though, here is there. Here's another one. OK, there's a separate federal jury that ordered him to pay the $83 million for defamation. And that was a separate jury and a separate case. And this one, he's still fighting. OK, this one has not been paid out yet. But now Trump is officially a rapist. And adjudicated by the state of New York's definition of rape, he is merely a sexual abuser, okay? But he is also defamed the woman he's been adjudicated as to have raped / sexually abused. Let's go, baby. It's official. Yo, Donnie. What's up? Political Punk here. How you doing? I saw the E Jean Carroll stories. How's it feel, huh? Oh, you sound a little butthurt. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a hoax? Sure it is. Yeah, just like the Epstein files and all that other stuff, right? It's like the oil prices. The Strait of Hormuz is a hoax, right? Yeah, your 2-inch mushroom tip that everyone talks about, that's a hoax too, right? Yeah, it's really 1.5. I know, we know, you fucking piece of shit. Yeah, you like that? Oh, dude, you're yelling. Yo, dude, you are livid, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Yeah, suffer. All right, fuck you. Bye-bye. No, let's go. Oh shit, dude. Hide the ketchup. Dude, fuck this guy. So good. All right, let's see what fucking, look at this though. You ready? This is so funny, dude, because this was Melania Trump talking about her husband. Okay, watch this shit. Okay? This is, you know what I'm saying? This is just, I don't know, 7 months ago. Okay, watch this. This was Melania Trump.
He would like to have a country that all of the people can walk down the street and not to be harassed or murdered or women raped. I think it's very important. And what happened a few years ago, so many criminals came over the border, and he closed the border now a while back already. And we need to take care of our citizens.
Yeah, so look at that. That's Melania Trump with her heartfelt, right, about women and rape and all that, right? You know, I mean, heartfelt. But this is also Melania Trump, okay? And with Donald Trump, and she's extraordinarily high on cocaine, and she's with a guy who raped countless women and teens, right? And another woman who participated in that, right? So, like, I'm sorry, Melania, her words kind of ring hollow, don't they? Isn't that weird? Like, seriously, how demented and blitzed out of your mind do you have to be participating in this culture, in the fashion industry, where rape, and SA is everywhere? Your husband has a reputation as a rapist and an SA person, and he's literally best friends with like the rapist of the fucking century, okay? And right? And she's like, oh, my husband, oh, he wants, women to be able to go down the streets without being raped. Oh, no grape for them. And meanwhile, he literally just paid his judgment. Isn't that crazy? Like the delusion where you can be both Epstein's best friend and yet think that you somehow are a protector of women. Like, wow. How is that possible? I mean, isn't that just extraordinary? Like the brain rot involved, the cognitive dissonance in that transaction is wild to me. It is wild to me. And she is such a fraud, right? She is such a crazy, crazy fraud. Here's EJean. You ready? You ready? Here she is, dude. Look at her, dude. I love this woman, dude. She's fucking, dude. It's, you know what it is? It's the page boy haircut. Like, you guys, Anna Wintour, okay? You guys, you watched The Devil Wears Prada, right? Right? Have you seen The Devil Wears Prada, right? Devil Wears Prada is about Anna Wintour, who was, the woman who fucking, Vogue magazine, just huge fucking, like, icon in the fashion, kingmaker in the fashion. And she had a page boy haircut, okay? Anna Wintour rocked this haircut for like her whole life, right? The way people talk about her being multilingual, saying that I'm multilingual because I read music words in multiple languages. Let's go. Dude, guys, just addressing Melania's multilingual thing. Let me just tell you, I've never heard Melania speak anything good, okay? She speaks 5 languages, they say. Prove it. Show me a video of her speaking fluently in any language. She can't fucking speak English. She's been here 30 goddamn years, bro, and she can't speak English. Dude, the undocumented man who worked on my house, who had been in America for like less than a year, spoke better goddamn English than Melania Trump did. Give me a fucking break, dude. But look at her, dude. This is E Jean Carroll rocking the page boy haircut. You ready? Here she goes. Let's go.
See, I don't understand how people can be afraid of a fat, elderly man who wears apricot makeup, his hair done up like Tippi Hedren in The Birds, and sits in a courtroom and moans and groans and complains and snorts when the jury got a load of him. They were mesmerized. You have never seen anything like it. He never sat still, and he talked the entire time within earshot of the jury. He belittled �奧𝗫𝗽𝗧𝗏, his own attorney.
What
he
an
would
idiot.
Spit as he was talking. He didn't smell so good. And the high point of Donald Trump in court was the moment he stood up with steam coming off his back and hot air blowing out his ears because Robbie Kaplan was giving the final argument, and she was asking the jury how much it would take to make him stop, and she drove him. You think Robbie Kaplan's afraid of Trump? No, she turned it around. She drove him so crazy, Joanna. He stood up in the courtroom and left.
He stormed out.
When a man is innocent, he doesn't storm out of a courtroom. He stays and fights. He turned tail, and stormed out of the courtroom. I mean, he lost right at that second. I mean, he couldn't have looked more guilty.
See, that's just it, guys. Isn't that crazy? Like, he went in there and he behaved in such a way that, like, the jury was like, holy fucking shit, this guy is abusive. This guy, right? She said he was berating his attorney, 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗽, and fucking, spit flying out of his mouth as he's yelling and commenting about witnesses and shit. He is just a fucking abuser from like head to toe. Dude, I love her. I love her so much. Her energy and like, dude, what a fucking warrior this woman is, dude. What a warrior. What a warrior. And they broke him. They broke him in the courtroom. They broke him. Like, you know what I mean? They fucking, and guys, this is another reason why we have to focus on continuing to be a roadblock for Trump and let him destroy himself. Okay? Just what she was describing with her lawyer, what they did was they laid a trap and they riled him because he's thin-skinned and weak, and they poked his sore points and gave him the tiny losses that caused him to get irate, and they let him beat himself. And this is the same shit we're doing with him crashing on immigration and him crashing on his approval rating and letting him just continually talk himself. You give him so much rope and you let him fire his own people. You let him create a shitstorm. It's like the man, there's no doubt that he wants to be a fascist, Hitlerian type king. But if you give him all the tools to do it, he will literally destroy it himself simply by you becoming a roadblock and you making it hard for him, you holding him accountable, you give him every tiny loss, right? I mean, every person who leaks information is now he's paranoid. Now he doesn't know who's right. Keep leaking. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean? Keep fucking going. It's fucking crazy. Dude, you don't have to announce your exit, boss. Here, let me just hide you from the chat. So therefore, yeah, go away. No one cares, right? Oh, you're not doing enough new news. Oh, I'm going to go ask Trump to read me the news. Oh, get fucked. Get lost. Yeah, it's not an airport. You don't have to give us your departure. But I don't mind you giving the departure because then I can block you and I don't have to listen to your fucking complaining shit anymore. So whatever works for you, right? But yeah, dude, like Trump, he's weak, guys. He is weak. He is. Oh, I love her. That's so amazing though, dude. Oh, dude, I love it. Look at her. Look at her with her fucking hand. She's like victory. Victory. She's got the fist up. Dude, yeah. I mean, because at the bottom of all of this, guys, at the bottom of all of this, Trump is incompetent. He's incompetent. He is. He's not competent. And he's incompetent and he's weak, right? He's weak. He's petty. He's petty, right? He is. He is. And you know what else? The only court cases I've watched from beginning to end was OJ and Depp. Let's go. You know what the other thing is, guys? And this is a big one. And this is why we continue to fight in the online way and why, like, you know, people like Candace Owens and the shit they're doing. You know what he is, guys? He is vain. Okay? He is vain, which means he goes up there and like says like, oh, I don't care what anyone thinks, like, right? Acts like he could be an authoritarian, but he's too vain to be an authoritarian. Okay? Like an actual dictator will do shit and everyone will hate them and they'll be like, fuck you, I'm going to arrest you too. But Trump, when his approval rating goes down, he panics. He's like, they don't like me. They don't like me. And in fact, you ready? I got another clip prepared specifically about this because you see it in this clip. Watch this. You ready? Watch this one. This is like the Trump state of mind.
George 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗡 had to pay $16 million to me because of what he said. And that's ABC. You had to pay more than that. Your network had to pay more than that. So I think it's very sad. But I think that reporting has to be at least accurate to an extent. Again, when somebody is given 97% of the stories are bad about a person, that's no longer free speech, that's no longer anything, that's just cheating. And they cheat. And they become really members of the Democrat National Committee. That's what they are. George 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗡.
Dude, you see that though? Dude, look at him though. Guys, he's so bitter. Right? It was 90%, then it was 95%, now it's 97%. Every bad story about this guy wounds him profoundly. I mean, this guy cannot take the negativity, and yet he goes out there and stirs it up, right? He stirs it up like, oh yeah, I don't care, I don't have a care in the world, but he cares nothing more. Okay, he cares nothing more. He is not talking about the 2020 election and having this fucking DNI meeting on Thursday night. That meeting is not because he won and he denied and he was cheated. No, it was because he can't handle that he fucking lost. And he knows he lost and he can't handle it. He can't handle that Joe Biden beat him. And he beat him because he was bad, because he fell apart during COVID, because he started yelling at people because he couldn't be a good president. Because here's the thing. You ready, guys? Donald Trump can get elected president because he knows how to take power and he knows how to work the system and manipulate and cheat and fuck people over and destroy people's name. So he can get elected president, but he doesn't know how to do the job of president well. And he knows that, okay? He got talked into a war with Iran by Netanyahu. He probably got talked into grabbing Maduro. He will threaten all his allies, and then when everyone turns their back on him and won't help him, he's like, why won't they help me? Right? Because he can't do the job. He can get the job because he can take power, but he can't actually do the job. And that is so frustrating. Right? He knows how to lie to people, yes, and he knows how to promise them the world. But now that he can't deliver, everybody's turning on him. Even his own people are can't be trusted. They're all leaking. They gave the Situation Room tapes to 𝗣𝗍𝗄𝗏. To 𝗣𝗍𝗄𝗏. Dude, I love this. I love this. Fuck him, guys. Let's destroy ICE. Let's fucking win back the House. Let's impeach his ass a couple more times. We don't even care. We're going to fucking put the Epstein files out. Let's just fucking even his reflecting pool. You know, his reflecting pool. Look at this. You ready? Oh, what happened? Guess what? There was no 350-foot gash in the reflecting pool. Okay? You know what I'm saying? There, look at that. There is no 350-foot gash.
Everybody gets it. It's like AP. Exactly.
No gash. You see that? No huge gash, guys. You know, there are tire marks, though, all over this thing. But there's no huge gash. Remember the 350-foot gash? Not there. He keeps getting caught in lies, baby. Elf says, I accept that Trump was elected, but I fight every single day through talking and making sure my friends and family vote. Let's go. Good for that, Elf. That's amazing. Yeah, dude. It is crazy here. Look at this. Jim Acosta goes to town, dude. You know how Trump hates Jim Acosta, right? Watch this. Oh, man.
Well, there's one person in particular who's going to look really stupid now that the reflecting pool has been drained
down at the National Mall, there are no signs of any slashes or a 350-foot gash down the middle of the reflecting pool, as Donald Trump has been lying about. There are signs of a shoddy paint job that was done down here. You can see some of the splotchy paint marks up and down the bottom of this reflecting pool, but nothing like he has been talking about over the last several weeks. If anything, you see what looks like a very long drainage trench that runs down the middle of the reflecting pool, but again, no major signs of any kind of vandalism approaching anything that Donald Trump has been talking about. He owes a lot of people an apology, especially those who have been arrested in all of this. The person who is responsible for the bad work down here is Donald Trump.
And you see how they're putting up, how they're covering the fence up with trying to make it so you can't see in there. Hey, let me just tell you, you know who's at the reflecting pool taking a lot of photographs? That Olympic kayaker's attorney. Dude, the Olympic kayaker and his legal team are down here like taking hundreds of photographs of this thing, dude. Guess whose legal case just fucking went in the shitter? Wait. I hear the sound of, is that a toilet flushing or is that Jeanine Pirro's legal case going, yep, down the tubes? Yeah, that's definitely the Pirro flush. Dude, what an idiot. What a fucking idiot this guy is. Just an absolute idiot. Look at that shit. There's no gash. There's a bunch of fucking sediment and shit underneath this. But you do notice the tire marks, though. I mean, look at the tire marks, guys. Okay? I'm telling you right now, the tire marks were a huge portion of the problem. I mean, this reflecting pool has been talked about a lot because they have issues here at the sides. Okay, because these things are slabs that move, and they move from the weight of like 6 million gallons, and they move because of the, like, I guess the way the earth is in DC and shit. So they've had issues with this pool with these giant slabs, like separating from the edges, and then water leaks out of the pool. They have trouble keeping the water level. And just all kinds of issues with this. But like driving like 20 SUVs on these slabs was a terrible idea. It like jolted and jarred and dislodged and probably, you know, dislodged the slabs from the drain middle part and just created all manner of mayhem. And then they did a quick shoddy paint job to try and get it ready for Trump's birthday, because his birthday was several weeks before the 4th of July. So the contractor who had never done this work before got started late and had to finish early to meet the UFC day. And sure enough, you know, 10 armored SUVs driving down this thing like he's fucking, you know, Lenin, right? Like a fucking, thinks he's Stalin, like a jackass. Ruined the fucking bottom. Then they painted it shittily, did it fast, didn't let it cure. And here we are, right? With him being a fucking liar. Dude, Elf said Pirro needs more wine. Yes, she does. Some boxed wine for that woman. I say, goddamn. Dude, what a schlump. But can I just tell you, Donald Trump receiving this, like watching this video of Jim Acosta, who he hates, who is now becoming a successful YouTuber, right? I mean, this is what's going to happen. Any news personality that leaves, you know, network is going to go have a nice, wonderful career on YouTube. And there's nothing Trump can do to stop it. And dude, oh, fucking beautiful, bro. Beautiful. Tire marks were visible. Obvious damage, right? Serious fucking tire marks. And dude, here it is. You ready? Here's the video. Look at these vehicles. Look at where they're driving. See these guys? 3 rows of vehicles.
I'm like, are they driving or just
For dramatic.
yeah. They're going slow motion.
They're taking in the movement. Oh my god.
Roll the window down.
Dude, why were they driving on there? Look at that shit. What are these guys doing? Like, why were the fuck were they driving? Why is it not blue? I don't know.
Usually the second.
And that, like, seriously, like, I don't understand. You know what I mean? I know Trump's too lazy to walk, but like, dude, he could have taken a golf cart. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he really needed to do that, couldn't he have gotten into a golf cart and done it? But, and even if you drive, did you need 20 fucking vehicles? And I mean, Stephen Chung fucking posted this video, and look at what he said. He said, they see me rolling. President Trump rides in the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial, right? And like, what a fucking dunce these guys are. Asinine.
Usually the second.
And guys, these SUVs are heavy, okay? They are so like armor plated and shit. And sure enough, okay, when we go back and we look at the greater scene of the pool, right? Sure enough, you look at it, you just see it, right? Scuffed. Scuffed. Not a single gash. Dude, I can't even imagine how, right? I can't even imagine how fucking stupid you have to be Donald Trump. Worried about being assassinated by Iran? Maybe. Maybe worried about, like, worried that all his fake assassinations might inspire a real one? I don't know. But all right, guys, I'm going to go make some videos. Dude, thank you for hanging out tonight. I know tonight was like, dude, we talked about some heady shit. Dude, tonight was like crazy fucking philosophical night, you know? And thank you for taking that journey with me. I feel like I've been taking a lot of philosophical journeys, guys. I do. I feel like my politics is fusing with my healing, which is fusing with like my desires for systemic change in America. You know, like honestly, that it is our acknowledgement of the past and our willingness to bring the past with us into the new future that is going to like be the difference. Now, I was planning on doing a Wednesday stream. I don't think so. I honestly don't think I'm going to be able to try day streams until next week, but we'll see. Maybe. We went a little long tonight. I really, if I do the day streams, I got to end the night streams at midnight. And so I can't stream until 2 a.m. and make videos and then do a day stream. I have to get out at midnight. So I have to do some measure of tempering my, you know, my willingness to just go wherever the stream takes us. So we'll see. I'm trying to work out a schedule where it's feasible. Okay. And so I may try it tomorrow. If I wake up, if I get my shit done in time, maybe. Again, you can check the page every day around like 11:45 in the morning and see if there's a thumbnail up. Because if I am going to stream on a day, the thumbnail will be up. But I have to like do some schedule shit. I finally have gotten a schedule to where I'm getting enough shorts out and I'm getting 3 videos a day done. And so I have figured out the scheduling of getting the amount of content I want done too. But in order for me to stream at noon, I have to get 2 videos done before I go to sleep. And when I end streaming at 2, eat some food, start editing at 3, it's not really feasible, right? So it's a work in progress, guys. So maybe I'll adjust it. Maybe I'll do a 1 p.m. stream at some point. I don't know. But I am going to incorporate it in there at some point. And one of these days, maybe this week or next, I'm going to do one to see how it fits in. So we're going to play it by ear. But I will say this. I will say, make sure you have noties on, okay? And do check for the thumbnails between like 11:30 and 12:30. And if you see a thumbnail, you'll see a thumbnail. If it's not there by 11:30 or 12:30, it's not happening. Dude, Waffle Maker, the gifted, let's go, baby. Let's go. But I'm working on it, guys. I'm trying. I even switched up my caffeine intake where I stopped drinking coffee and have started drinking matcha. I've like changed how I get my caffeine and shit to try and develop more focus to try and be able to be more effective at this channel. But there's other things I need to fix. I need to become a better speaker. I'm trying to remove the okays, the ums, the likes. I'm trying to if I could speak for 20 minutes about a subject and just cut that out, my editing would be so easy. I'd have so much more time, right? Right? And so we'll see. Maybe whittle down the time talking about myself. Yeah, but that's like, I don't want to do that too much though, Peacock, because the thing about this, guys, is like there are a million people who stream politics that watch the news and talk about the news and deliver you the news. And the thing that makes me different is that I'm not here to just be a political commentator. I'm a commentator on life. And my life living is political. And so I think that journey is what is the thing that makes me me. Like, I don't want to be a David Pakman. I don't want to be a Brian Tyler Cohen. I mean, I would love to have their subs and the money they're making, but if I end up having that, I'm going to have to get it my own way because I bring something unique, to the table, which is not for everyone though. Some people don't want to go on those life journeys, but that's a part of my politics. Whatever you do, I'll still be here. Let's go out. You know what I mean? I don't think I can do my politics without my life, guys. Not sure about the actual pounds presidential limousine, but it's just over 5,000. Regular car is $3,000. Interesting. So it's almost double, right? Need to run for a political seat in your state? Yeah, I'm thinking about that. But Smooth Luna, here's what you guys got to understand, okay? You saw what just happened to Graham Plattner? Like I was a drinker and a drug addict and a womanizer for, 25 years, who played rock and roll and toured the country. And you've heard my family life about my parents and my father and this, that, and the other, the half brother in prison. You got to understand that, I kind of want to run for office, but I don't know if I want to go through that shitstorm because the things they would dig up about me are could dig up. And even beyond that, they would look into Jenny's family. they would look into like my son's mom's family. It's not just about you if you run for office. It's about your wife, your girlfriend, her parents. I mean, there's, you know, we've been discussing it, but there's a lot of things to consider. There's a lot of things that would be unearthed that you know would be right. Come out early and expose it all, but that's just it. You can't expose your whole history. You know, you can't expose your whole history, guys. I wish you could, you know, I wish you could, but it's like that shit just sort of comes up because there's a whole bunch of shit that I don't remember that is still there as well. Like for everything I remember, there's probably, right, for every night I remember, there's 5 nights I blacked out that I have no memory of. Right? You know what I mean? So like, it's a lot to consider. But there's also though, there's also a lot is about Jenny's family, because Jenny's grandfather worked for Lyndon Johnson, and so her family has a political lineage, and her family has like had some recent complications in the last handful of years that have not gone into that. I don't know if they would want that to be public as well. So there's a lot to consider, but I am thinking about it. You know, I might miss some Fortnite stuff, but I'll follow you until you're way too aggressive. LOL. Let's go. Let's go, baby. You know, but I am thinking about it. I am thinking about it. It is quite a life upending though. You know, like I like this. Like I like my life right now. I like building this community, and I like existing in the political space and being online and working from home and working in my pajamas. And, you know, I really like the way my life is shaping up right now, being able to parent and still make a living. And in order for me to do politics, which I may very well get called to, like if the universe decrees it, I will answer the call. But it would be a huge life change. Like, you know, like if I ran for office here, if I had to go to DC and we had to uproot, and then I'm living bi-coastally, Jenny probably wouldn't move because she has a thing here. So we'd be now, my relationship is on 2 different coasts. And like, then there's a lot of spotlight issues and the fame that comes with that. And you know, then there's the campaigning year round, which is like a whole nother, like a lot of travel and handshaking. So I'm no longer at home. I'm now living out of a suitcase and hotels and on a bus. I mean, there's a lot. Like though you do give up a lot, and it's different when you're like 30, you know, when you're 30 and you're young and, you know, you're on tour at 30 is different than being on tour at, you know, 57. And especially when I gave up that touring lifestyle to be a father, right? Because guys, I loved touring, but I also kind of hated it. You know, I did. So I don't know. We'll see. It's hard. You have an army right here. Let's go, dude. But I have not ruled it out. Okay, I have not ruled it out. You know, I have sort of like, I have feelers out in a number of things, and what I'm mostly doing is letting the universe dictate what comes next, right? You can't be a good politician without wheeling and dealing. Yeah, no, you do have to wheel and deal. You absolutely do have to wheel and deal. But artistry, I'm good at wheeling and dealing, boss. I am. I'm very good at like, I'm very good at deal making. That's part of the reason why I kind of want to go in there, is because I feel like my energy and the way I approach wheeling and dealing could be unifying, you know, because right now we are having a battle with like the DSA and the leftists and the moderates, and they're warring with each other. And I am kind of like a leftist who also doesn't hate moderates and feel like they offer different functions, Like, I don't think a Democratic Party that is all far left would necessarily be good. I think, like, much like me and Jenny, I am the extremist who goes out to the edge, first through the wall. When we're going to remodel, I'm knocking the cabinets off the wall with no thought whatsoever. But then having somebody that is more conservative and a little slower moving to rein you in can be really helpful. You pull them out, they rein you in. You pull them out, they rein you in. So I think centrism and far leftism and communism and socialism can really work together well if they stop like worrying about power and they start worrying about like policy and accomplishing something. See, what's going on now is the Democratic establishment has this entrenched power that is connected to billions of dollars, and they're worried about losing the power and losing that moneyed system and losing that like edge or whatever, as opposed to like, well, how can these leftists benefit us? You know, and that's because people fight over power instead of fighting for the people. And so, you know, so I don't know. We'll see. If the universe calls, I will answer it. But I will say this, that I am constantly putting like, you know, I don't know how you go through life, but I don't go through life with like, I have one goal and I'm chasing that goal. I don't. I go through life with like 20 things I might be interested in. And then I put energy out into the universe seeking on all 20 things. And I see which ones come and pull me. And whichever ones come and pull me, I allow it to pull me. Like, I don't push my way through the universe. I like put streams out and see which ones become a river that yank me with it. And then I go for the ride. And so I'm doing the same with politics too. Like, if I need to be in politics, I will end up there. Like, the universe will pull me there and I will go. I won't resist it. But I'm not necessarily looking. It's not a goal. And right now, though, I do really like this. And I want to refine this. I've only been doing this for like 2 years. So I want to find a good balance of like the personal stories and the focused, like, you know, politics covering and the unfocused meandering. And like, I think, you know, if I do this for 5 years, I'll get much better at it. And I'm still feeling my way. Like, I'm still learning how to be a political color commentator, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like it. I'm certainly not a master. The only thing I'm really good at is captivating, like, you know, holding the gaze, right? But even then, some people are like, you talk too long about this, or you don't cover this, or you're not far left enough, or you're too Democrat. Dude, I get called, like, I get people telling me I'm a communist lefty, and I get people saying I'm a blue MAGA centrist, depending on who's yelling at me. Dude, I get it from all sides. What are the laws of running for office in Wisconsin? Illinois is owning property for 2 months. So the Wisconsin is, you had to have lived there a certain amount of time, which I already have. And then you have to be there like 45 days before your election. So Wisconsin's pretty liberal about that shit. Like, I could go to Wisconsin for a month or 2 months and run for office there. But if you were to run for office, you would have to start like a year before. Dude, think I'm fantastic as a communicator. The space needs more of that. Anything? Yeah. I mean, for me, I want to find a way to get in there first. Like, right now, I'm just this kind of nobody, and I have some people that are rooting for me and that have helped me, like Brian Tyler Cohen and Tabitha Speaks Politics. But I do want to get to a point of where I'm like appearing on panels. Hopefully there will be a day where me and Hassan and Kyle Kalinske are talking about politics, or me and fucking, you know, Benny Johnson and Piers Morgan are yelling at each other about Benny's closeted gayness. I mean, I would like to get into, I haven't gotten in yet, right? I'm still trying to break in. I'm just a guy trying to figure out how to be a commentator that has some interesting takes that other people have started to notice my takes, and I'm certainly getting attention online. But I think I have a long way to go before I even get into that world and become like one of those people that's participating in the real world section of this, you know, but it'll come. It'll come. Dude, Benny is a very angry person. He is. Dude, Benny's fucked up, guys. And Benny's probably extra mad now, right? Because they had a miscarriage, okay? Like, I don't know if you saw this. I'll end on this, and I gotta go. I gotta go make videos. But let me find the image here, okay? Right here. You ready? So look at this. Benny posted this about 5 kids in 5 years. And this was his big thing about being a family man. Now, Benny is already angry and he's closeted and he's hiding and all this shit, right? He's got all these issues as it is, taking money from Russia, you know, plagiarizing. He's not like a good person. He's a cheater and a sneak and you know, selfish and shit. But what he did was he was bragging about 5 kids in 5 years. And he had the 4 kids and his wife having 5 babies in 5 years. Like, that's so brutal on her poor body. And they had the sonogram. She lost the kid. And then he quietly went back and deleted this shit because she had a miscarriage. Because, of course, 5 kids in 5 years is too much. She might never have another kid because of that. Like, it's abusive on her, right? And like, so now he's extra, like, you know, miserable and shitty and you know, after his bragging, but he was like having 5 kids in 5 years to be this kid having Christian political guy. Like, what a dick, bro. Political punk looks like Johnny Knoxville. I've heard that, Waffle Maker. I've heard a lot of things. I get Johnny Knoxville. I get Matthew Lillard. And I also get John Lydon from the Sex Pistols and PIL. Right? Those are the 3 primaries. But dude, fuck Benny. Fuck this shit. All right. All right, guys. Tomorrow, we're going to try to be focused. Maybe day stream. I doubt it. I went way too long. Okay? I can only stream 2 hours at night if we're going to do a day stream the next day. Right? And maybe one day when I'm big enough and I have editors, I will be able to, you know, just stream for like 8 hours, which would be optimal for me to just talk for 8 hours and let the editors figure out what videos to make. That would be optimal, but you got to earn that shit. And that's going to be many years from now. I have a long way to go because I'm growing like way slower than a lot of these other YouTubers because I'm like, you know, a little like, you know, like not everybody's ready to digest what I am. You know what I'm saying? Our growth is slow, but trying to refine it. You know, you got to change a little for more growth, but you got to not lose who you are. It's part of the process. Part of the process. All right, you ready? Now we're going to dance, though. We're going to fucking dance, boss. Let's go. Think things are going to change? Find me on feature page. Let's go, dude. I love that. I like the sound of that, boss. Dude, there's definitely been an uptick of lately. Like, you know, and I mean, I'm trying to change too. I'm trying to like play with my thumbnail style. Trying to become, you know, I mostly want to become a better speaker, right? I want to become a better speaker. Like I look at people like Ansari, right? Like Yassamin Ansari, who we listened to earlier today, or AOC, and they're really good speakers. And I'm not a great speaker yet. I'm a great rambler, and I'm a great talk forever without ever shutting up. But I'm not great at like concisely speaking my point. I'm great at speaking my point 100 different ways and entertaining a lot of different viewpoints. Right? Living off the cuff? Oh shit, we're growing. Ramblers are fantastic. Dude, I love the Ramble, though. I'm good. I'm good in the live environment, right? I don't think AOC could, like, stream, you know, hours and hours a day. You know, I don't think she would be down for that. I don't think she'd be good at that. That's why people give Hassan shit and, you know, like, about Hassan or whatever. But, like, dude, he is a really good live streamer, man. That guy is a fucking machine, bro. And he can just go and go and go and go. And that's kind of what we do, right? We just tangent and jump from topic to topic and fucking get emotional and heavy and fucking angry and go on these huge rants, have these big moments of discovery. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And like, that's another thing about running for office, though. I don't know if sitting in Congress all day would be something I would enjoy. It's possible I would, but it's possible I wouldn't like that, you know, that I would not like sitting in Congress all day. But from Liverpool, let's go, dude. Dude, I love that you're from Liverpool, Vincent LePew. Dude, I was in a band with a drummer from Preston, and he was fucking crazy. He's up by you guys, dude. By Liverpool and Manchester. He was from Preston. He was fucking nuts. All right, you ready? Let's go. I gotta go eat. Let's go. Woo! Let's get it. All right, here we go. Little deja vu, baby. Coming at you, coming live. Thank you again for another great night. Oh, we went on a journey tonight, guys. Holy shnikes, that was some crazy shit. Appreciate it, though. Ready? Let's go. Let's get it. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Here we go. Come on, baby. Oh.
But I've known, been here before.
Yeah, fuck Trump. Oh! I want more. I want more from you. Yeah, more. Yeah, yeah. I want more. Dude, thank you guys. Thank you for taking another crazy journey. I'm sorry we didn't get a lot done politically tonight. It's my bad. My bad. But I want to start making some videos out of some of those rambly things too. All right. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. We got a long way to go. We're getting closer to Trump's Thursday bullshit and his attacks on the elections. In the meantime, stay fucking radiant. Good night.
Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure